Hello. Mhm.
Good evening, everybody. I hope everyone had a good day and start to their week. This is the Marina City Council meetings, July 21st, open session. And we just came from our closed session where we discussed some real estate, real property, and labor negotiation issues, along with anticipated litigation. And our city attorney will summarize that for us, if you will, Rob. Thank you.
Yeah, the council went into closed session at 5:30 with regard to each of the agenda items listed on the closed session agenda. With regard to the first matter was a matter of a conference with legal counsel relative to potential litigation. The council received information and gave general directions to counsel involved, but no reportable action was taken. The next item was the item listed for labor negotiations with the entities that are listed under that item on the agenda. Again, the council received information and gave general directions to its negotiator. No reportable action was taken. And then finally, with regard to the last two matters, both related to matters of real property negotiations, real property negotiator being the city manager. And with regard to each of those items, information was received and directions given to the negotiator. No reportable action taken. That was all. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Robin. While you have the floor, Rob, after a moment of silence, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And Matt, can you co-host me?
You should be co-host.
Thanks. Can you post the flag up on the screen, Matt? Please.
Sure. 1 second.
Please join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
Flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
God,
indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
just for all.
Rob, we're going to have you do it next time we meet, just so you can practice a little bit. We lost you there.
I wasn't
Frank
sure my
stepped up.
microphone.
Okay. So we have a couple of special presentations. And Rob, I understand there may be some public comment. Is it okay that we go by the rule that everything on the agenda, other than Pledge of Allegiance type administrative matters, do have the opportunity if they wish for public comment?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, it might be relevant
Any
to,
any matter on the agenda
Okay.
is entitled to be heard by a voice from the public.
okay. So Marina Coast Water District distribution project presentation. Who will be leading and are we ready to go?
We are Brian.
This is Brian McMinn. We do have Don Wilcox here from Marina Coast Water District. He's the project manager for the Regional Urban Water Augmentation Project. They've installed the main lines, and now they're preparing to install the distribution lines. We initially invited them to give a presentation and an overview of the overall project because it's going to impact a number of streets here in the city of Marina, and residents will see construction going on, will have impacts to traffic. And so he can give us an overview, an idea of what those impacts are. I think there's been a lot of discussion about the project related to potholing and stuff that's come to light in advance of the actual installation of the water lines themselves. From a staff perspective, I could say I've learned a lot over the last couple weeks, and from what we know now, there are actually two lines that were planned for installation in Beach Road. One is the recycled water distribution line that Marina Coast has distributed or given us the plans for well in advance. It's been well reviewed, and we worked with Marina Coast on those plans to make sure that the line was as far south on Beach Road as possible to avoid impacts to the trees. Having said that, our municipal code, whenever there's work within the right-of-way that requires or will entail possible damage to trees, our code actually requires two permits. So one is the encroachment permit and the other is the tree removal permit. Each have different separate sections of the code. Tree removal permit has a much more formal process, and that's been discussed a bit over the last couple weeks. There was some potholing initially that went in place, and that potholing was related to a potable water line that Marina Coast was considering adding to their project that they have under contract right now to be installed while they're actually installing their recycled line. So potholing for the recycled line has not happened. It's much further south of the tree line. It was planned that way to avoid impacts to the trees. And we anticipate that there will be potholing and an arborist report related to that work. So I just wanted to make sure that there was clear to the public that there was possibility of confusion there, but there were actually two lines that were planned for that section of Beach Road. And I think with that, I'll turn it over to Don, and he can give kind of the overview and kind of what their plan is going forward. Don, you're muted right now. I don't know if you're talking.
Brian had sent a presentation as well, so if you'd like me to pull up that map.
Good evening,
let
Donald.
me know.
Looks like you're with us.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you for having me. I'm Don Wilcox with Marina Coast Water District Engineering Department, and I'm going to do a quick presentation on our Regional Urban Water Augmentation Project distribution pipelines phase that's starting to work or starting to go into construction. I've sent an information sheet and a project map. I don't know if you can pull up the map, that might help, and I'll go through the sheet. The information I'm going to present tonight, along with the attached exhibit, describes Marina Coast Water District's upcoming recycled water and potable water underground pipeline construction project within the city of Marina that we have contracted MPE Monterey Peninsula Engineering to construct for the district. Now, the overall RUAP project consists of the construction of recycled water distribution pipelines to provide recycled water from Monterey One Water's advanced water treatment plant to urban users in the Marina Coast service area, which now includes Marina, Seaside, Delray Oaks, County of Monterey, CSUMB, and UCSC, and BEST. There are also 3 potable water line projects, all within the city of Marina. And we're going to talk about the water projects in a minute. The recently completed recycled water transmission main and recycled water reservoir, phase 1 of the RUAP project, was the first phase of the RUAP to build the district's recycled water system main pipeline or backbone network. And that is currently being used to deliver advanced water treatment from Monterey One Water's advanced water treatment plant to the Salinas groundwater basin for the Pure Water Monterey groundwater replenishment program. So the water is being produced at Monterey One Water and injected into the ground for withdrawal and reuse. This next phase 2 of the RUAP is to construct recycled water distribution mains branching off that completed main transmission to connect the various recycled water irrigation systems already constructed within the district that are being run on potable water until recycled water was available. Irrigation systems for many subdivisions and commercial developments built within approximately the last 20 years are already pre-plumbed for connection to the recycled water irrigation in public areas, and that distribution phase of the RUAP will supply those irrigation systems with actual recycled water. So they'll be taken off potable and start using recycled water. The next phase also consists primarily of recycled water pipelines, but also includes 2 potable water lines, which I'll go into in a minute, to be located in the same streets where recycled water pipelines will be constructed. These 3 potable water line pipelines were included in the project to minimize the number of street closures and to realize cost savings associated with constructing side-by-side projects at the same time as opposed to constructing them as 2 separate projects. So trenching and pipeline construction is currently scheduled to start in late July through August, beginning with Carmel Avenue, Crescent Avenue, and Beach Road, then proceed to Marina Heights Drive, 9th Street, Abrams Drive, Imgen Parkway in September, and then finish up on Blanco, Reservation, and Co Avenue and Seaside, and end at CSUMB. Benefits to the city of Marina from these recycled water projects will be the ability to deliver recycled water to existing and future irrigation systems to use recycled water instead of potable water for non-residential landscape irrigation. Benefits to the city of Marina for the potable water line projects will be more consistent water pressures and fire flows. And of course, impacts of both projects to the city of Marina are inconvenienced during construction as we trench and lay pipelines and repave. The overall project has 440 days to complete. That included school closures. So if they can, or did not include school closures. So they may be able to work this summer and into early fall to complete the pipelines around the schools. Whereas if school was in session, we would have delayed that till next summer. So that is the bulk of the presentation. I'll give a brief description of what's going on Beach Road and then be happy to answer any questions. Originally, Beach Road water line was part of this project, and that was to improve fire flows and pressures in Central Marina with a 12-inch main to connect our tanks to the bulk of the distribution system in Central Marina. That project was under design, and the design engineers used the aerial view of the canopy of the trees to kind of approximate making sure the pipelines were out of the tree drip line. And then we were to have an arborist involved during the construction. So we got an arborist involved in the construction last week. We did some potholings, and they've given us a report that says at least the potable water line is going to be too close to the trees and would have a detrimental effect. So last night, the Marina Coast Board of Directors did not approve a change order to add that potable pipeline into Beach Road. So we're still wanting to do the recycled water line in Beach Road. We now are asking for an updated arborist report to see if we can stay far enough away from the tree line to construct it conventionally, which is trench and lay pipe, or if we're going to need to do something different, such as drill the pipe in, or horizontal directional drilling, or boring, as they call it. We dig a deep pit at each end and drill the pipe through. That way we would stay 4 feet below the surface of the road, and the bulk of the roots, I believe, would be in the upper 2 to 3 feet of the, right below the road. So the top of our pipe would be 4 feet below the top of the road. So that's the current plan for the water lines. And I guess at this point, if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Donald. Can you briefly cover the arborist report conclusion that it would be on the potable trench, 30% damage to roots or impact to roots? And so are you hoping that the recycled trench would be 25% or less damage because that is some sort of a trigger threshold? Can you cover that?
Yes. So what we learned in the last couple of weeks, or actually in the last week, was the Marina City Code requires to consider the area 15 times the diameter of the tree around it as a safe zone. Like, you don't want to disturb that because the roots could be up that far. So that's considerably further out into Beach Road than we anticipated. When we surveyed Beach Road back when the design was done, didn't see a whole lot of road upheaval due to trees, and there was a gas main. I think it's only a 2-inch, like 2 feet off the trees. So the initial design did not, maybe they assumed the eucalyptus had taproots or something, but they designed it to be where we potholed last week. We encountered roots in 2 of the 5 potholes. And then the arborist report, based on those observations and the Marina Code that says you need to stay no closer than 15 times the diameter of the tree with any trenching within the top 2 to 3 feet. So while we'll do some potholing for the recycled water line, it's about 5 to 10 feet further away from the trees. It's still within that 15 diameters. So I don't want to presuppose what the arborist report's going to say, but it may likely say the same thing, that we would be disturbing greater than 25% of the critical root structure, and open trench cutting construction style would not be allowed. If that's the case, then we will look into alternative alignments or the horizontal boring. The difference in the horizontal boring, of course, well, I don't know, it's roughly twice the cost. So we'll have to evaluate budget based on new cost estimates if we have to do the directional drilling.
Thank you. So you mentioned a 25% maximum, and did I read it correctly in the arborist report that it would have been a 30% impact had you trenched as proposed for the potable?
That is correct. That's the arborist report. You're allowed to, within 1 year, disturb up to 25% of the critical root structure. 30% would be over that. So root pruning operations, things like that, I guess they take it up to 25%, but we're going to be, at the potable water alignment, we would be over that at 30%.
Okay. Thank you, Donald.
On the biggest trees. On some of the lesser trees, it wouldn't be so bad, but we have to figure the worst case scenario.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley and then O'Connell, and then we'll go to the public. Go ahead, Lisa.
All right. You mentioned if you have to go through the boring route, and that it will be, I think you said 2.5 times the cost. Is that correct?
Roughly twice the cost, correct, yes.
Okay. And is that cost then passed on to our constituents?
That will be passed on to, we have state revolving fund financing for the bulk of the project. We're allowed some contingency in there, depending on the cost overrun to do the directional drilling versus open trench cutting. We may have enough in there to cover it. At any point, if the project costs more money, I don't know that the construction costs will go into the rates or anything like that for future recycled customers.
And is it fair to say that there would be notification if this will lead to an increase in rates for customers?
Absolutely.
Perfect. And would that be through their bills, or would that be brought to us here at council and put out in public comment?
I think any rate increase or cost allocations have to go through the Prop 218 process. So it would likely, we'd be informal meetings with City of Marina and then start the Prop 218 process.
Okay, terrific. And now, since you brought in the 218 process, for people who may not be familiar with that process, can you just give like a 2-second overview of what that is so there's clear understanding for everyone?
Sure. For water or sewer rates in the state of California, you have to go through a Proposition 218 process, which is basically you have to justify the need for the rate increase. It's reviewed. There's public hearings, two public hearings involved, public comment involved. It's a rather large ordeal to go through, and I don't know if Marina Coast plans on doing that in the near future or not.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
All right, thank you, Lisa. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. Do you have to go on Beach Road?
There's no easier alignment. The north side of the eucalyptus trees, there's a 30-foot easement, but it ends at the church. So we'd have to dive back into Beach Road and continue down adjacent to the trees. So that really wouldn't help a lot. Any other alignment is a longer alignment and more costly. The one pipeline, we also have a project that is a 12-inch going through Armstrong Ranch to serve Marina Station, I believe. When that pipeline's constructed, it will do kind of the same thing this Beach Road transmission main was going to do. It'll provide better water to Central Marina. So if we do that pipeline, we might not need to do the Beach Road one. We are going to step back and look at the design in Beach and look for other options. But at this time, we're kind of stymied by the trees. We don't want to disturb them. We don't have the funding to do the directional drilling for the potable water line. So alternates are not good right now, but in the long term, we will eventually bring a transmission main to Central Marina to correct some of the low pressures.
How many trees are we talking about? And landmark trees, was it about 47 or so?
That's the number I've heard, 47. And based on the largest diameter is what we're using to make sure that we're not going to be harming them.
So you mentioned a moment ago that we're looking for another arborist report that would hopefully minimize the potential for damage to the root system. Is it?
Yeah.
Are you anticipating that they are going to give you an alternate way of doing this so as to reduce the likelihood of damage to the roots?
Yes, I think we'll be a few feet further south with the alignment. I don't anticipate one way or another if that's going to bring us below the 25% threshold of critical root structure damage. If it doesn't, then the arborist has already talked to us about directional drilling, horizontal drilling the pipeline in would be acceptable. We should be well below the bulk of the roots and not encounter or damage any of the tree roots, critical tree root structure if we directional drill it.
And that would be the more expensive way to go?
Correct. That's roughly twice the cost.
Okay. How far can you, for example, I believe there are a sidewalk area on Beach. Can you go into the actual sidewalk area instead of staying on the paved road? Or would that be even more expensive?
Well, we've already got the water main that's serving the community now is actually right there near the curb line on the south side of the road. And then we have a sewer line. So the only open area is basically from the center line of Beach Road there to the north.
Who would be, maybe you cannot answer this, but let's assume that there is substantial damage to the landmark trees or the several of them. Who would the liability fall on? Would it be MCWD? Would it be Monterey Peninsula Engineers? Or would it be the city? Or do you know all three?
I would typically have our attorney answer that, but I think it would be all three. And it's not a situation where Marina Coast would want to get into. If the arborist is not behind our approach to constructing the project, that would be a liability that I don't believe the district would want to enter into.
Good. Okay, Brian, I think next question would be for Brian. Is there, or the city attorney, is there any discretion to not issuing the encroachment permit that's, I believe, necessary?
I'll take a stab at it, and then Mr. Wellington can add to that or correct me if I'm wrong. But you know, we have not issued an encroachment permit for water line installation as of yet. The only encroachment permit that's been issued is for potholing. And through that process, we have been anticipating and have received arborist reports, and are really looking for them, looking to that for direction. And if it indicates that there's damage to the trees, then we will be working and seeking Marina Coast Water District's you know, choices on how they want to mitigate that damage. But you know, it's kind of contingent upon us issuing the encroachment permit for the work to start. To the extent that we can hold that off, that I'm not sure. Maybe Mr. Wellington can weigh in on that. Ultimately, eventually they're a water service company providing benefits to the community, so we do have to find a way for that service to happen. You know, would that involve looking at alternatives? I would say yes, it would. But at this point, we do have at our discretion whether or not we issue or not.
Thank you. I don't know if city attorney wants to comment. I don't have any other questions. Go ahead.
I'll just comment, Frank. I think Brian's correct that there is discretion. There is discretion with regard to whether the city issues it or not. Looking at all the facts and circumstances, that's the reason you have an application and you look into these matters.
Okay, thank you, Rob. So we'll go to Gail Morton and then we'll go to the public.
So, Mr. Wilcox, thank you for your presentation, and I thank the district and the directors of the district for not taking action last night to approve this project based on the impact of the trees. Brian, as to the consideration if the city is having discretion to allow a permit to go forward, what you're referencing mitigations that you would be looking to the city, not you personally. The city would be looking to MCWD for mitigations to damage to trees. These trees are very old, they're very big. When you kill a tree, what's the mitigation? Are you saying monetary damages? Because certainly nobody's going to get a tree that size.
No, actually, if it were damaged to that point, I think we would be looking at something more along the lines of tree removal if it wasn't going to be viable and could become a hazard to the community. You know, I think ultimately, I don't know that it's anybody's intention to remove these trees. It's a pretty substantial cost. I don't believe Marina Coast wants it to remove these trees. I don't believe we want them to go. So as those arborist reports come in, we'll definitely be looking to see is this rise to the level of damage, and does it require mitigation? If it does, then we'll be looking to Marina Coast for alternatives that will reduce that impact to less than significant.
Yeah, so that's my question that I'm trying to really point to, is that I understand mitigation, and attached to the arborist report was how you work around trees, such as you can prune the top, you can do certain things that will help the tree survive when you're doing this kind of trenching. But the damage to the trees here clearly was impacting the viability of the trees. They're going to die. When you know that, and you know there's no mitigation, isn't that a position the city can say, we're not going to issue permits? There's no cure for the wrong. At what point do you say mitigation is impossible? Is that within the discretion of the city?
You know, I think that really triggers the tree permit process, and we run through that. And if the mitigation can't be acceptable, then that's for determination through that process to say yay or nay.
Okay, so you can say no at that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, Carmen, go ahead. You can start us off.
Yeah. This is Carmen Lombardino, and I'm a resident here in Marina. I'm actually changing the subject, so I didn't expect to be asked right now to speak. So what I'm speaking about tonight is the RV street parking ordinance.
Okay, Carmen,
Yes.
you can talk about that during public comment for things that are not on the agenda. This is about an agenda item about a water trenching for infrastructure.
Yeah, I've been listening. That's why I was very surprised to ask to start speaking.
Yeah, you had your hand up, so I thought it was to talk on this issue. So raise your hand a little later,
Okay.
and we'll go
Okay,
to
sure.
Mike Owen.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mike.
Okay, so what triggers the process as far as a tree removal permit is damage to the tree. You don't have to be planning to remove the tree. In the ordinance, the language is very clear, damage. And it doesn't talk about 30% of damage or 60% or 10%, it's damage. So all this talk that you guys are doing, and Brian is sort of like really having to defer to everybody else, that is what is the context for a tree removal permit hearing. That would be at the planning commission. That would be fully publicized ahead of time. The arborist could be on Zoom to respond to questions. And as far as mitigation, that's the normal thing that's talked about during tree removal permit. So I hope Public Works doesn't think that they have to handle all of this because they're really not supposed to when there's damage to a tree. That's the condition to request a tree removal permit. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine, Mike.
Okay. The other thing is that because of OSHA requirements, these trenchings, so the sand doesn't cave in on people, are 7 feet wide and 6 feet deep. So whether you move it out a little bit further or not, root systems don't extend just to the edge of the canopy. Because they're shallow rooted, the roots spread out a lot wider, up to 100 feet for blue gum eucalyptus. And then the arborist report, nobody's asked them to survey the north side of the eucalyptus. And that needs to be done because both arborists, Frank Ono and Patrick, expressed concern about the rototillering that just happened the last few months for the first time ever in Armstrong history, because the cows all grazed the weeds before. Rototillering, because generally the root systems are 90% within the first 12 inches, that could be severely compromised. And I made sort of an analogy. It's like you're going to go in for a physical exam and an MRI, and you can only do half of your body before you get invasive surgery. So when Marina Coast Water District, since they have a 30-foot easement over there anyway, they need to have that other side checked for a full picture of what the possible damage to these trees are. And it's not just damage to the trees, it's damage to the residents. The highest eucalyptus in Windy Hill Park is over 70 feet tall. The edges of the roofs on the other of the houses on the other side of beach is 60 feet. The cars in the driveways is 50 feet. The cars parked on the edge of the street is 30 feet. So it's not just when it's over 30% and there's a question of how much damage is on the other side, we can won't tell if nobody does anything until the winter storms come. But you want to wait until winter storms come? So, this discussion really belongs in the context of planning commission, taking in testimony, making comments, receiving documents for a full, thorough appropriate review of damage to trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mike. We'll go to Denise Turley. Hello, Denise. Good evening.
Good evening, Bruce. Boy, it's sure hard to go after Mike. I think some of my questions were answered. We had to do significant root pruning in Preston Park because the trees had grown out underneath the roadway and were disrupting the roadway. So that was my only comment. Would this process include some kind of root pruning for the health of the tree? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. We'll ask that question, and we'll go to Grace Silva Santella. Hello, and good evening, Grace.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. First, I want to thank Mike Owen. Those trees are landmark trees because of Mike's commitment and passion and protection of those trees. I also want to thank the Marina Coast Water District Board for the action and the vote that they took last night. I'm glad to hear that there's alternatives that can be explored, including the pipeline that's that is in the works and plans for Marina Station development. My husband, Ray, and I have lived here in Marina for 31 years, and we're just a few blocks away from these trees. And they're critical to how we enjoy Marina. They're critical to Marina's urban forest. They provide raptor habitat, and they enhance our lives beyond any monetary value. So I want every measure to be taken that these trees are protected. And if that means they go to the Planning Commission so that they can have an in-depth consideration about this, I think that's critical. And I really want to thank the council for hearing this presentation and for the questions that you've been asking this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace. Kat Blair.
Hi, I apologize. I came into this meeting a little bit late, so I don't know if this has already been addressed, but I'm curious as to why it's not put on the Armstrong Ranch side, especially since they've already been doing a lot of work over there. It seems like it would be easier to put pipes on that side where there's not a road that they would have to repave and stuff afterwards. I think it's a historical line of trees, and I don't know what goes into making something a historical part of a city, but I would think that we would have to take into account that it means a lot to a lot of people, and so we should put a lot of effort into keeping it. And so that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Kat. We'll go to Margaret Davis. Good evening, Margaret.
Good evening. I want to thank the council for taking this seriously, Frank and Gail and the MCWD board, and totally agree with Mike Owen and Grace that these are landmark trees, all the more reason that they should go through the normal tree removal inquiry and permit process, and that the north side that got all torn up by the rototiller also needs to be surveyed. It may be that these trees, because of that action, are doomed. And if so, we need to know it now, and that should be thoroughly investigated. And also that the cost of removing the trees, which would be substantial, and the value of the trees, if there's some way to weigh that when considering, well, if we had delays or we had to reroute or rethink a little bit, it would cost us a lot more. That should be weighed in the scales also of the benefit of the trees and the cost of removing them if need be. So those are my only comments. I love the trees. Thank you for treating this with due consideration.
Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else want to speak to this matter? All right. Donald, can you speak to the north side routes that maybe have been disturbed from rototilling? and whether it's a cumulative requirement not to disturb more than 25% in 1 year, whether that applies to the potential damage done by the rototilling, why you are putting the pipe on the south side instead of the north side, and is MCWD willing to do a potholing survey on the north side as you did on the south side? Can you talk to that north side, those north side issues, please?
Sure. And it is kind of obvious that bare ground to install a pipeline would be more advantageous and less costly than tearing up a road to do it. Unfortunately, I think I mentioned before that Marina Coast has an easement. We don't own the property, a 30-foot easement from the fence line, but it ends at the church, and the tree line continues past the church. So if we use that 30-foot easement, we'd have to cut back over into beach between the trees and then finish up going down beach adjacent to the tree. So it really didn't accomplish anything going into the easement to the north there.
And can you speak to the root disturbance that may have happened before, and if it's cumulative to the disturbance that might be caused with this project?
My understanding is it's cumulative within a year period. So the 25% that you can do from either above or below ground maintenance, I believe would include whatever was done tilling or disking on the Armstrong Ranch side, plus any damage that the pipeline construction would do.
Okay, are you planning to do any arborist assessment of north side conditions and then maybe the amount of disturbance that might have been caused to the roots by the recent rototilling?
We don't currently have any plans to investigate that unless we end up wanting to use that easement. If somebody's already done some maintenance over there that is questionable, we don't necessarily want to follow behind and do any work in that area until that's been cleared up. The arborist assessment we're going to do is for the recycled line. If we don't get a green light to open trench construct it, and we don't get a green light to bore it with virtually relatively low, if any, damage, I don't see this pipeline being built.
Okay, so if you got the arborist report, say it was at 20% or 25%, and you were from that metric, you would be within the ordinance. How would you assess or estimate any recent damage to the north side roots, given that it's a cumulative consideration?
I would think an arborist would have to kind of put a percent damage number on that north side, which we haven't had yet, and then it would be additive to what he estimates the damage from the pipeline to be on the south side.
Okay, thank you. And then Denise, coming a little bit maybe from a different perspective, is there any root pruning needed for the health of the tree line? Donald, I don't know if you heard me, if you can respond.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking that of Denise. Root pruning, in my experience, has been associated with projects when it's necessary to trim the roots as you're trenching for a pipeline, or if they're raising a sidewalk, which leads to ADA issues, or a roadway. So you take off the infrastructure, the curb, gutter, sidewalk, roadway, do the root pruning, and then place the infrastructure back. I don't know if Public Works hasn't been involved with root pruning for the health of the tree. It's usually associated with some damage to some infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Margaret asked about some cost considerations. Can you address that?
So we do currently have competitive bids for the pipeline projects with the open trench construction method. We've cut out the potable because that came back in the arborist report that it would create too much damage, and boring or any realignment. There is no budget. We had to take out a contingency budget to even do the lower cost construction method. So going over to the recycled pipeline, the same thing. If we can't open construct it, which I don't want to speak for the arborist, but if that report comes back where we can't do the open trench for the recycle line, we'll consider the cost for doing the horizontal directional drilling, boring style of construction, and that is typically double. So the pipeline was $792,000 for open construction. It could roughly double that for directional drilling.
Okay. All right, Donald, thank you. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Council, did anyone note any questions I didn't remember or note from the public? Okay, let's go to Gail. Gail, did you have something?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So, Mr. Wilcox, you talked about that on the north side, that MCWD has an easement and it dead ends at the church. My immediate inclination is, has MCWD discussed securing an easement to put the pipe across the parking lot underground in the parking lot of the church, that perhaps rather than paying twice the cost to bore, to try to put the pipe in laterally at beach, is you use your north side right of way and pay the church for the right of way to get back to beach. You would be on the west side of the tree line. And I'm not sure if you've looked at that, but that seems like that might be a cost savings for MCWD and allow you to do your project.
So we just in the last couple of weeks thought about, again, should we move to the north? The issues with that is the damage to the roots already, the end of the easement, but probably the bigger picture now is that we know the criteria that you need to kind of stay clear of is 15 times the diameter of the largest tree. I think that pretty much would take up that whole 30 feet. So
okay.
I think by the criteria, we probably couldn't go in that 30-foot easement to the north of the trees.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So that's already been ruled out. So whether you're on the north or the south side, you're within the parameter of the root system of the trees and the damage will be identical.
That's our understanding. So the only option might be to go below all the root systems with directional drilling.
Okay,
which costs
perfect.
more.
Thank you for answering.
And Donald, I have what, might be one of those dumb questions. Is it monetarily infeasible to attempt for an easement further north?
I think that's something we'll have to look into when we're looking for all other options if the directional drilling doesn't pan out.
Okay. I'm sure you're probably way ahead of anything I could think of. Thank you very much, Donald. Anything you want to say, Donald, before we move on to the next item?
No, we just appreciate the opportunity to answer questions and talk to the public since this is a passionate item on Beach Road there with the trees. So we'll continue to be in communication through Brian and Public Works and let them know how we're going to progress or how we'd like to proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Donald, and good evening if you're going to say goodnight to us.
Yes,
and we'll move on to, thanks, Donald. Recreation announcements. Terry Segrist is our Director of Recreation and Cultural Services. Good evening, Terry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Matt, you want to shoot them up there? All right, so our first flyer is the continuation of our virtual sports camps. These have been very, very successful. And as you can see, we have 6 discipline camps in that menu and an excellent coaching staff that provides that service for us. Next slide, Matt. The library is wrapping up its summer reading program. We've got the rest of this week, but it's been an excellent program. It's been an excellent service and well used by our community. Next slide. So the PAL Half Marathon Youth Fitness Challenge continues throughout the summer. We'll have some pictures for you soon of some of our young people that have completed this with their t-shirts and their prizes for completing the half marathon. This is a Police Activities League event, and activity, and we appreciate their support, and it continues through the remainder of the summer. Next slide. Our virtual camp and our virtual recreation center is active and available. We update this regularly with all kinds of art and education and museum and virtual tours. So this is a great opportunity. It's a great virtual recreation site, and we encourage everyone to take advantage of that. Next slide. Our summer feeding program continues. This is the grab and go piece of summer meal distribution. This is for our students. This takes place from 10 to noon daily, and our 2 sites again that we do grab and go lunches are at Marina Vista Elementary drive-through and Los Alamos Middle School drive-through. Next slide. The Great Plates program was extended through August 9th. This program is for our seniors, and all the information for how you qualify and how you can get that access. We're working through the county, and Denny's is providing the meal service. So take advantage of that. And it's posted on both our association and our senior websites. Go ahead, Matt. And then this is the big one. This is the 7-day-a-week food resource availability throughout Marina. This is also available on the website. Please note that there is food service and food distribution daily. All of our partners are involved in making this happen for the city. We're in week 19. So the big ones are Tuesday for seniors from 2 to 4, Friday for our community and families from 1 to 3, and Monday at the library starting early in the morning. Next slide. This is our Junior Giants program. We're in summer season number 2. Summer season number 2 will end in about 4 weeks, and then we'll do our trophy presentation. This is virtual, and it's an excellent program supported by the San Francisco Giants and the foundation. Next slide. Gentle yoga. We had our second gentle yoga virtual class for our seniors today, and it was excellent. It takes place Tuesday at 10 a.m. It started last week. This was week number 2, and we've got good participation. So if you're a senior and you're interested in we can help you with virtual access, take advantage of our virtual yoga program. Next slide. And this is just a little bit of information on what that program offers. Just a brief look. Next slide. And then this is a new service. This is the veterans, the VTC wants to make sure that our veterans and our service members and their families are well taken care of during COVID. This is another part of our food distribution, but more importantly on this program, they're going to have a booth space with resources and organizations that can service the community during the pandemic. And so this is just an addition to what we've been doing all along. And this will take place Friday from 2 to 6 over at the Veterans Transition Center. That's the last one, correct, Matt? And there's the map for the VTC and the other information on that. There you go. You can see the providers and you can see that information. And this is the first. There will be more, but we're excited to add this to our food distribution program. I think that's it, correct? We're good. So thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity, and the public. That's your recreation announcements for this evening.
Great job, Terry. Thank you, and everyone involved with your team. Okay, we're going to go to public comments that are not on subsequent agenda items. We'll start with Mike Owen. Be right with you, Mike.
Okay, I promised Tom Moore and the mayor to profusely apologize for my doubting their sagacity and wisdom and knowledge of what is available and open to public comment on the agenda. I didn't believe the previous Marina Coast Water District was going to be open for public comment, but I am totally 100% wrong. And I bow to the sagacity of our mayor and chairman of the Marina Coast Water District. Second.
Mike, are you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you have more? I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes.
Second point, in addition to my apologies, I am just thinking that because of the pandemic trend lines and how everything is seemingly getting worse, that the county may not be open to lifting the suspensions of our committees and commissions for maybe quite some time. And so I'm just suggesting that maybe the council can sort of be a little bit more flexible in looking at ways to do things, maybe without the Recreation and Cultural Commission being activated regarding Martin Luther King. So Planning Commission is still active. They can create an ad hoc subcommittee, and possibly with some flexibility involved. They're used to looking at different areas of the city. Maybe, David Burnett might be part of the ad hoc committee, and then it could have an advisory committee or members from the public at large to maybe assist if the city gets no response from the county as far as lifting the suspension on the Recreation Commission. So it's just an idea of thinking of how we might be able to adjust if these suspensions continue to last a lot longer than everybody would like. Thank you.
Great idea, Mike. Thank you. Kathy Biala.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Kathy Biala. First, I want to applaud this council's vote to proceed with a $45,000 budget allocation for studying the issues of systemic racism in Marina, particularly in the time of Black Lives Matter. I believe this to be an apt pursuit, not only because Marina's population is 64% non-white, but even more importantly, our city's recent decision to move to electoral districting resulted from a potential lawsuit against Marina for, quote, racially polarized voting in the city of Marina that, quote, is reflected both in the small number of protected class candidates who have sought election and been elected to the Marina City Council, as well as, quote, since 1994, merely 2 individuals from protected classes have been elected to the City Council, excluding the office of mayor, end quote. Electoral districting was meant to influence such concerning trends. Since such a city study regarding systemic racism requires careful planning, I want to keep the project in the forefront of this council. Otherwise, the multitude of other priorities will surely take precedence. Even the critical issues relative to Black Lives Matter and police enforcement policies and practices directly relates to this issue of systemic racism. It goes hand in hand with talking about and advancing awareness of the fundamental issues of the systemic racism and white privilege. As a first step, the process to identify what we want of our survey is essential, even before soliciting appropriate consultants. However, you can't begin to identify the scope of work unless you have underrepresented community members at the table in the decision-making group. This city council, therefore, cannot be the sole determinants of the scope of work. As Einstein said, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them, and this aptly applies to the study of systemic racism. I would like to see a timeline of tasks that outlines the eventual completion of such a study. In this way, it will keep this project always moving forward to its end goal. But the completion of the study is really only the first step. What to do with the information that is gathered is the most critical piece, and this part will take a much longer time and will have many long-term ramifications if we are truly to reap some benefits from the study. I would like to add that the public and the city should continue to engage in ongoing discussions about systemic racism. We can ill afford to simply wait for the initiation and eventual completion of a study that would otherwise deprive us of valuable time to learn and address issues related to systemic racism. My question tonight is, what has been done thus far with getting this study off to a good start? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Tina Walsh.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council members. My name is Tina Walsh. I've been a resident of Marina for 22 years. As you all know, Marina's water remains in jeopardy of being stolen by Cal-Am, a private for-profit company that delivers water to their own customers on the Monterey Peninsula and not us. On Thursday, September 17th, the California Coastal Commission will have a special meeting to decide whether or not to approve Cal-Am's request to install a well field on our CMEX dunes. This date replaces the previously scheduled August meeting date. Last year in March, our own Marina Planning Commission rightfully voted down this same permit application, and we hope the Coastal Commission will do the same. How can we as citizens help to make this happen? Traditional wisdom is to encourage lots of folks to come to the meeting and demonstrate our opposition to the project, but this time it's different. The coronavirus pandemic dictates the meeting will be virtual and that the time for public comments might be limited. Now we need to use action instead of words. Citizens for Just Water is a group of residents who continue to fight to stop this Cal-Am project because of the harm it would bring to our community and to the habitat of our sensitive western snowy plovers. The proposed slant wells will take most of their water not from the bay, but from the aquifers below our city. This groundwater is the only water source for Marina and the Org communities. What you can do to help is to download a free window poster at www.citizensforjustwater.org, featuring our friend Grover the Plover pleading for help in several languages. We are asking everyone to print out this 8.5 by 11 mini poster and to display it in your front window. Then take a photo of yourself and your household members in front of the poster and email it to us at citizensforjustwater.org. The photos will be used to demonstrate to the coastal commissioners that the Marina community is united in their request for a denial of Cal-Am's proposed slant wells. While you're there, please click on sign up for updates to be added to the email list to keep being informed about the threat to our drinking water. Soon we hope to see these posters with the snowy plover and the words "Stop Cal-Am" popping up on windows all over town. Thank you, City Council, for offering this time to let members of the public speak and for the many hours that all of you volunteer in service to our city.
Thank you, Tina. And next we'll go to Grace Silva Santella.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. A few meetings back, it may have been your budget meeting, but I can't recall. A council member, and I think it may have been Mayor Pro Tem Morton, had asked that your work plan priorities list come back to you to be, I think there's actually been a request that there be some additional information on it. This is your fiscal year 2019-2020 and 2020-2021 work plan priorities list. And I think it came up at the time when requests are being made of the council and staff for expenditures, and there was a desire to be sure you were staying on track with your projects, what still needed to be completed, and what the budget links were for each one of those projects. So I'm asking, is that still going to happen? The work plan priorities list come back to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. We'll go to Carissa Mann. Go ahead, Carissa.
You can hear me now?
Yes, good evening, Carissa. We can hear
Okay.
you.
Hi. You might hear my washing machine in the background, so I'm sorry about that. So somebody told me that there might be a discussion of an RV parking ordinance, but I didn't see it on the agenda. Was I just not seeing it? I guess I could talk about it anyways, just in case.
It's not on, go ahead, it's not on the
It's not
agenda.
on the agenda, so then that means I can talk about it, I guess. So if that is something that will be coming up in the, the next couple of council meetings, considering the state of the economy, I wanted to say a couple of things, just because I was enlightened recently when I went to Roberts Lake. I went and met a few people there trying to understand more of what the situation is in Seaside at the encampment that's currently there. And a few people told me about what they've been experiencing. And one was a family with an 8-month-old baby. And we became friends pretty quickly because she's got a baby. I've got a 2-year-old. And so what she was telling me is that she's been on a wait list for Section 8 housing for 3 years. They ended up buying a used RV because they couldn't afford an apartment here. She's actually working at the moment. So it opened my eyes to what's going on. And I called I had a conversation with the Office of Emergency Services with the county. And they let me know that there's only 150 hotel rooms for the medically frail homeless people in our county, but we have more than 3,000 homeless people in our county. So I'm sure a large amount of them are considered medically frail. So that is not serving very much of our population during this pandemic, unfortunately. And I also called the Coalition of Homeless Services, and the woman that answered the phone almost immediately said, all the shelters are full. There's like no resources, essentially. She said even a lot of the outreach programs are not going out to encampments like they normally would because of the virus. So I just wanted to put that out there because it's something, the drastic nature of it was not something I was fully aware of until I actually had conversations with people and then made some phone calls. So I just wanted to share that. So if we do end up discussing the RV parking situation, please have some compassion when you're having that conversation and try to help figure out a place where people can park and not be kicked out for at least during this virus. And we need to be discussing some more permanent options for people if our shelters are all full and our housing or affordable housing is not available. Am I out of time?
No, you have a minute left.
Okay. The other thing, I just wanted to find out if there was an update on the MLK statue. And if there is not, then perhaps we could start polling on where the location could be for it to be placed. And I had a lot more things to say, but I just want to encourage all of us to listen to each other and just have some compassion with each other right now, because it's tough right now. That's all.
Thank you, Carissa. Denise Turley.
Hi, I'm going to make this comment now because there won't be public comment right before. A lot of questions on COVID are coming up, and we don't need basic how to wash your hands. We need to know when is the next time the county expects to make major changes. That kind of information. And I'm sorry, but forget going to the county website just because it's overwhelmed. It just spins and times out. So maybe mention in the COVID report at the end of the meeting, maybe your website or another website we could go to for COVID information that isn't months old. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And if we run out of time, please do go to our city website. It's on our front page and it's all about COVID connections. And let me know if you have trouble with that when you try it. Okay, Nancy Amadeo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the last city council meeting on July 7th, I spoke about being deeply offended by the picture I'd seen of the mayor sitting on the pedestal where the Martin Luther King sculpture had once sat. It was very emotional for me. It was very difficult for me. And then to find out later, because he didn't respond to my comments during the public comment period, that he had called it a piece of cement, gave no respect to the site. I was even more disappointed. Then on July 10th, I ran into the mayor at English Ales. I was picking up dinner. He was there eating with a friend. And he decided to introduce me to his friend. And his words were, I tried to make him look bad for sitting on a piece of cement, but it didn't work. Mr. Mayor, I did not try and make you look bad. In my eyes, that picture looked bad. You did that to yourself. I was looking for you to make a change. Simply saying, you know, I didn't intend to offend anybody, but if I did, and it sounds as if I did, then I am sorry for that offense. It would have been simple, but instead, you had to call it a piece of cement, a crumbling piece of cement. I found your language very disturbing, very offensive. I'm going to share a little bit about my family history. My great-great-grandfather was a soldier in the Union Army and was captured and went to a Texas prisoner of war camp. He escaped along with 4 others. And if it were not for the slaves, those black and white women who had no future whatsoever, if it had not been for them secreting him along the Underground Railroad, he would have never made it back to Indiana, and I wouldn't be here today. That man, my great-great-grandfather, as a result of those slaves who had no future, became an attorney. He moved to California. He was a postmaster in Santa Cruz. He was elected as a senator for the state of California and practiced well into the 20th century. He passed on his legacy of gratefulness to his family. Gratefulness. You see, I owe my life to the slaves that saved him. Martin Luther King was a descendant of slaves who made a huge impact during the civil rights movement and continues to make that impact today. As a result, we put him on a pedestal. That's not a place he said he belonged. He never said he belonged on a pedestal, but we put him there, and rightfully so. And Mr. Mayor, I still believe that you owe those of us who saw that picture and were offended an apology. I raised my children to apologize when they hurt others, even if it was unintentional. You may not have intended to hurt anybody, but you certainly hurt me and many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. We'll go to Carmen Lombardino. Good evening, Carmen.
Hello, Mayor Delgado and council members. My name is Carmen Lombardino, and I'm a resident here and a homeowner in Marina. I wanted to talk tonight about the RV street parking ordinance. My husband and I would like to ask that you consider amending it to include a waiver for residents who own RVs or trailers. The requested amendment would allow residents to park an RV in front of their home or within their city block for no more than 48 hours before and or after a trip for loading, unloading, and cleaning. Many RV owners have to park their RVs in storage, mostly outside the city limits, sometimes quite a ways away, driving from our home. This makes packing for a trip and cleaning after a trip somewhat difficult, and it's extra time and inconvenience. We came to the idea of 48 hours because of working schedules and the time it takes to prepare. For example, if an owner was working weekdays and they wanted to travel on the weekends, they would need to bring the RV home possibly after a work day, depending on their schedule, and then load it and then have it all ready in order to leave for their trip. And that way they would make the most of their time off of work. And then another note is when the RV and trailer is parked so far away, it can be a 2-hour process to get it home in an evening after work. So this doesn't leave a lot of time, to prepare and go on the trip. So that's the thought behind the 48-hour request. Also, the mayor and I had discussed this a little via email, and we talked about a permit. And we were thinking that would be a great idea. It could be done online via the city website, therefore not burdening the city staff with more tasks. The RV owner could print and post the permit in a location of the RV so that any policeman driving by could know the dates that it was allowed to be parked there, as well as maybe an active permit list could be given so that the police would know where RVs are currently allowed for that day. A small permit fee of $5 or $10 for this service would also be reasonable. And also a limit could be placed on the number of permits that would be allowed per month. Personally, my husband and I travel about twice a month with our trailer, and a busy summer month might include 3 times, but that would be very rare. Another issue that came up is possibly for streets that wouldn't accommodate a larger vehicle. And so the thought was that it could be parked within a city block of the residence, possibly around a corner on a street that can accommodate the vehicle. And this could be determined at the permit process in order to not inconvenience another homeowner on another street. We would think this ordinance would include all recreational vehicles, including RVs, trailers, and possibly boats, as I believe the current ordinance does restrict all 3. So I'm asking today just to consider this amendment for the convenience of the residents in Marina. And I also wanted to say thank you all for your service to our city. And that's all for today.
Thank you, Carmen. Okay, Christina Medina Dirksen. Good evening, Christina.
Hi there, everyone can hear me?
Yes, hello.
Okay. Okay, it's my photo, not video. Okay, that's good. I just want to add a few things. First of all, thank you so much, Carissa, for reminding us about compassion. It's a very difficult time for everyone right now, and people who put themselves out there for the benefit of the community, we need to show compassion and thankfulness for all that they do. So thanks for reminding us of that. I definitely agree with Kathy Biala and appreciate her thoughts on our study of the systemic racism. And thank you, Lisa Berkeley, for taking my calls. And I put her in touch with a few people in our community looking at the county Office of Civil Rights and Colleen By, who does this kind of work. My point has been that we have to do it very carefully with an eye on our special nuances of our community. Our diversity is something that is unlike any other community. So our consultant or whoever leads it must be aware of our nuances. The other thing when we talk about compassion, I want to give a shout out today to Jeff Ushida and the team that's feeding our community. I was in a parking lot, and God works in mysterious ways that I have a dear friend. We all have a dear friend in town who could use some help. And I had just provided her with some resources, and there was Jeff with some extra food. So I just want to say thank you to the Marina Foundation and all of the volunteers that are right now on the forefront. COVID has got us It's not going to have us beat, but it really has us worried. There are many, many people in our community needing assistance and worried about the what next. So as our community comes together, we really need to help. I thank my friends at Grocery Outlet who were collecting. We collected well over $3,000 that we've distributed to needy families in Marina. This has got to continue. And as we look forward to assess the needs of what's going on, we definitely have to maintain the respect. I'm sorry, not the respect. We need to maintain services to people in need, whether it's the continuation of our moratorium on the rent increases or something else that is beneficial to help those that are struggling. So hats off and my thanks to the Marina Foundation and all of our volunteers in our faith community. I've seen the lines at the churches this week. I've personally gotten many phone calls and have been directing people even to other towns. So this isn't something that we're going to all have to continue to work together. I also want to thank all of you up there for your time and your dedication to our town. It's a very difficult time and you have difficult decisions in front of you. So I pray that you continue doing what you're doing with an eye on for what's best in the community. I really appreciated the update on the work on Beach Road. Living nearby, I've been asked about it. So that's it. Thank you all. And yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Christina. Karen Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and City Council and City staff for this chance to speak to you. I just wanted to say that no one wants to be called a racist. Things like that have happened in our social media lately. The term is offensive to us and puts us in a defensive mode. Who are we? For the most part, we are white people, members of the dominant race in the United States. For this reason, I'm now calling myself out as a white person. If I do not identify myself as a white person, it can seem to people of other races that I'm making the statement that I'm a member of the normal group of people residing in America, and people of other races are of some group which must identify itself with a hyphen. I think this is one of the first steps white people can take to move away from the racist foundations upon which America was built and move toward being anti-racist. For being anti-racist is about taking action. It is about discovering more about American history than there was time or inclination to be taught to us. It means diving deeper toward learning what happened after the Emancipation Proclamation and after the Civil War, and toward understanding what the Confederate flag stood for then and stands for still, toward what happened to the formerly enslaved people during Reconstruction, toward learning the myriad ways white people used, blatant or subtle ways, to continue to oppress Black people. There's a lot of uncomfortable history and race relations to discover between the end of the Civil War and the signing of the Civil Rights Act in 1965, and between the assassination of Abraham Lincoln and the assassination of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Even if one can say their ancestors weren't living in this country until recently, all of the foundations which are enjoyed here by so many of us came from the free or forced labor of Black, Indigenous, or other people of color. If you, like me, want to work toward becoming anti-racist, please learn what it means to be white in white society and the privileges which just came our way. And while we may have had many challenges during our lives, the color of our skin was not one of them. And as to the issue of the mayor being seated upon the pedestal at the airport, I was not offended by this photo. I'm looking forward to finding a new place for that bust and the speeches. And I am sorry to hear that others were distressed by it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Margaret Davis, welcome back.
Hi, just a short comment. In her remarks, regrettably, Kathy Biala made it sound as if Marina had somehow been officially singled out and described as a conspicuously racist city. For those who are not aware, it was a general legal requirement for all California cities that they move to voting by district. The disparaging comments about Marina's alleged social climate that Ms. Biala read was actually boilerplate text used by a lawyer who went up and down the state suing cities who had not implemented voting by district. I think that's important context to bear in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Kat B. Welcome back, Kat.
Hey, I wanted to say I heard a lot of people talking about the RV ordinances, and I would totally be in agreement to making I like 48 or a 72-hour availability for people to have RVs on their street. Maybe if I don't know if there's like if it costs the city to have RVs on the street for like maybe oil or something, they have to clean up, but maybe we could have permits or something, so that people could have their RVs in front of their houses for overnight or something, something while they pack. Also, as far as the beach road, the trees, I was wondering, like, if the trees get sick after they build pipelines, who would be responsible for damages to the houses that might have like tree limbs fall on them? And that's all I want to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Kat. Anybody else with public comment before we close public comment? Okay, let's go to council comments first, but I'd like to start off just with an apology to Nancy Amadeo. Thank you for calling me out for the callous remark I made in your presence. Sometimes I make mistakes, and that was definitely one of them. I was kind of shocked when you said it because I hadn't remembered saying it, and it sounded awful, and it was awful. And I'm sorry for that. And by calling me out, hopefully I'll think differently next time, and definitely won't say something like that to someone next time, but hopefully I won't even think it. So yeah, I am very sorry, Nancy, and thank you for following up with that. Okay, other council members have comments, and I'll have some after all of you do on other matters. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you. As the mayor knows, the executive officer of MST contacted the mayor and myself relating to the possibility of the Martin Luther King Jr. statue being placed at the MST Transit Plaza on Reservation in the Forest. And as a result of that inquiry, I asked at the last MST board meeting to have this question brought up in front of the MST board on August 10th. The meeting starts at 10 a.m. It'll be a Zoom meeting. It will be on the agenda for discussion and possible decision by the MST board as to what, if any, approach they want to take with the city of Marina relating to that potential location. So I will keep you informed, but if you are interested in making comments, you can certainly Zoom into the meeting. It's, again, 10 a.m. on August 10th, and you'll be able to make a comment on that. You can look at the agenda probably around August 2nd. It'll be on the mst.org website. Also, I do have a brief statement I would like to read, if I may, and have it in the minutes. And it is as follows. It is understood by all elected officials that the public has a First Amendment right to speak to their elected officials in a less than flattering manner. On June 23 of 2020, some members of the public expressed anger and disappointment relating to the vote by their council members to defer the decision on the Martin Luther King Jr. statute. Much of the frustration, disappointment, and anger was based solely on the strong beliefs of the speakers. Some, however, was based on the next door Marina comments that not only misled some members of the public, but created a political division in this city. Add to that the personal, negative, and error-filled attack on a council member by a former council member, and you see the political divisions in the city. This city is estimated to lose approximately $4 million in revenue We have over 60 projects and mandatory decisions outstanding, and now a pandemic. To imply that the city council majority that voted to defer the decision on the statute is not supportive of Black Lives Matter too is absolutely unjustified. To express that if the council does not get its stuff together, there will be a mass protest of 1,000 people is, in the eyes of some, counterproductive. The finance director provided us with his recommendations as to the potential shortfalls of the revenue in the coming months and how to address them. The council exceeded his recommendations by donating $10,000 for less fortunate, $10,000 for food pantries, and earmarked at least $45,000 towards a study on racism in city government. Many may think that donations to the less fortunate, food pantries, and racism in city government is not as important as a statue of Martin Luther King Jr. But honestly, I believe that Martin Luther King Jr. would disagree with you if he were alive today. To be painted by others as being unreasonable, prejudiced, or racist is certainly disheartening. But to have the council's decision used on social media for political purposes is a tremendous disservice to all the residents of Marina. On April 4, 1968, in Indianapolis, Indiana, Robert F. Kennedy informed the campaign crowd of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. In part, he said, quote, "What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence or lawlessness, but love and wisdom and compassion towards one another and a feeling of justice towards those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or they be black," end quote. We need to address all wrongs by working together to try and right them. This cannot be achieved with the you against me mentality that appears to exist in this city. Thank you, and I will ask that this be placed in the minutes of the meeting and will forward it to the Deputy City Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Frank. Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes, I have a couple of things. First, Matt, if you could share the screen. So we have got, so on, do you also have by any chance the first slide I sent you? Sorry, okay, thank you. So this will be part 3 of our Policing, Building Trust in Communities of Color. We'll be looking at, it's a typo on my part. This is actually part 2. It's not the understanding of role of civilian oversight, but rather the application of civilian oversight within Marina. And we will be having Cami McElhaney and Liana Perez from the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, or NACOL, and Police Chief Tina Nieto joining us. Okay, if we can go to the second slide now. This is, as I mentioned, it's part 3. It will be this coming Friday, July 24th at 6 p.m. And if you want any more information, please go to info.from.marina.dems@gmail.com. That is down on the bottom of the screen. I just would like to highly recommend, though, that you also go to marinadems.org, I think it is. And you will see the other 2 videos that came before that. The first, part 1, was an overview of Marina Police Department with our Chief Tina Nieto, and also Congressman Jimmy Pineda came on and spoke about the Justice in Policing Act of 2020. And then the second part was with the 2 women from NACOL, again, discussing the types of civilian oversight. So this meeting on the 24th is going to be very much about working and making recommendations and seeing what's important to us here in Marina. Okay, and then I want to also give you an update on 2 other things. We had our first meeting on the Compassionate Marina last Saturday, and it was a good beginning. We hope you will be joining us. If you are interested in continuing the conversation with us or seeing the video of what transpired, you can reach out to me and us at compassionatemarina@gmail.com. That's compassionatemarina@gmail.com. And then we will be scheduling a follow-up meeting in probably about another week or so. Well, the third thing I just want to highlight, something that Terry mentioned, which was the Veterans Transition Center event this coming Friday from 2 to 6, where there will be all kinds of food and services for veterans, service members, and their families. However, it will also be open to general public. So I hope that you can join us then. The last thing that I want to mention, I feel a little bit uncomfortable about, especially, Mr. Mayor, because you just apologized. But I feel that it's my obligation because I had 2 constituents reach out to me specifically because they said they felt comfortable talking with me around inclusion and diversity issues, and they didn't feel comfortable giving comment in public forum. And what they said was that they were even further uncomfortable, not only by the photo, but the way in which you responded in the last public meeting, that you made reference to climbing on a concrete slab. One person went even so far as to say that they were so offended that they felt that it was as if you were like a dog lifting your leg on hallowed ground, trying to mark your turf, not only of the issues around the sculpture, but around inclusion and diversity within our community. Both of these people asked that I bring this out publicly, and they really would encourage you to look at your own systemic racism because you're working to be a leader in this field. So if you would please be willing to continue and reiterate your apology, I think that would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And I want to say thank you to the work you're doing. The little bit that I've caught up on, the first of your 3 sessions was very educational. So I look forward to catching up on the rest. And yeah, on the systemic racism, bigotry, prejudice, all of that, I have a lot of work to do within myself. And one good thing for me about Black Lives Matter is that it's got me thinking a lot along those lines. So hopefully I'll become a better person than I was before George Floyd was killed the way he was. And yeah, so I'll keep working on my weaknesses. I've got a lifelong amount of progress to make. So thank you, and feel free to keep reminding me of where I can be better. Okay, I forgot to go over the questions. There was only 2 during public comment, unless council members remembered others. So as part of my comments tonight, Mike had a creative way of the Planning Commission addressing the Martin Luther King art location deliberation. So that was creative, and I'm sure that Lane Long and Terry Segrist heard that, and they'll take that under consideration, Mike. But don't feel go ahead and don't feel shy about following up with Lane or Terry. And Kathy asked what the status of the systemic racism study. Lane, can you address that? Have we made progress?
Sure, Mayor. The previous consultant that we had on board, we asked them to give us a more detailed scope of how they would approach that. It took them a couple weeks to get back to us. We got that back, and after reviewing it, we didn't feel that would cover the scope that our city wanted. And so we are probably going to issue an RFP and go out and do that. I think what was said was we really want to have the right consultant and want to have it reflective of Marina. And when we reviewed that scope, we just didn't think it was the right person. And so we're going to focus on getting an RFP out.
All right. Well, thank you for taking that step. That sure was a logical one. And while we have you, Lane, Grace asked, when will we next discuss our work plan? The 60 priorities minus the ones that we've already done or don't really need to be discussed because they're ongoing no matter what.
Yeah, we have a couple study meetings that we need to have with the council. And so as soon as we can get these scheduled, one is on the flora blight removal priorities. And so I think those are the two key study meetings. We need to schedule that and the work priorities. And we're going to try to do sometime in August, sometime in September.
All right, thank you, Lane. The last thing I want to note was Carmen's discussion of RV, backed up by at least one other public, where they're hoping that RVs can be allowed to park for a certain number of hours before and after the trip begins, maybe having a permit fee system. And so that's something that we could add to the discussion of our work plan priorities, because that would be number 61 or one more than we already have on our ticket. The two things I wanted to mention about activities going on. Thank you. Someone else already did. I think Christina thanked the whole crew of volunteers and staff giving food out. This is, I think, their 18th week. Every Tuesday, such as today, from 2 to 4 p.m. to seniors, and every Friday from 1 to 3 for families at Los Arbolos Middle School. So if they can do that 18 weeks in a row, we can continue to do the small part of thanking them for doing that. So thanks to everybody involved with our food distribution events. It's a wonderful thing to help the people out that are really needing that sort of help or any other help. And everybody who needs help with food or other services can go to our city website and find out when and where those 6-day-a-week food distribution events are happening. I mentioned 2, but there are actually 8 different events happening over 6 days every week. So please go to the marinafoundation.org website or the City of Marina.org website. I also wanted to thank all the volunteers for showing up to clean up, which was a pretty disgusting buildup of litter on the large dirt field adjacent to Walmart. It took 28 people, 2 hours, 56 hours of person time to pick up 16 large trash bags full of litter, most of which were coming from the hand wipe dispensers at Walmart and the receipts from supplies purchases at Walmart. So there is discussion between myself and the owners of the dirt lot and Walmart, and maybe the city will join in so that we don't have a continual buildup after the volunteers have done their thing, because they did a great job. And I just want to say thank you to them and let them know that we're not forgetting to follow up so that their time is respected, that they contributed. Okay, that's all I have. Let's go to Mayor Tam Morton and then Councilmember O'Connell.
So just a couple of other questions the public had, or I wasn't ever sure if we were informed. So the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission cannot meet at all to address the placement of the Martin Luther King bust?
Right now, none of our commissions can. We are possibly looking at doing an exception to let that one just for a specific task only. Although I think Mike's suggestion of perhaps using the Planning Commission may be a good suggestion too. So if council had some thoughts on that, I'd like to hear that.
But my question was, did we get a definitive answer? Or the point is, we don't have an answer, so perhaps do something else.
Right, we did not get a definitive answer, and we won't.
Did you say we won't?
So,
yeah,
so if we do not get a definitive answer, is it within the discretion of the city council to state that this is of significance, of great importance, that we want to have this commission meet and address this issue?
Yes.
Okay, so we could put that on our agenda as a COVID measure when we take these things up?
Yes.
So can we do that? I know tonight we have one about the moratorium. Are we able to do that at our next city council meeting?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay.
Gail and Frank, then, excuse me, Gail, I wanted to jump in because I don't understand, Gail. I thought that the council gave that direction to the staff already to unmothball the Rec and Cultural Commission if it was okay with the county. And so if they leave it to our discretion, that makes it okay. Do you see the need, Lane and Gail, or any council to bring that back to unmothball that commission for that task?
I just want it to happen. So if Blaine felt that we needed to make findings. I thought we already had given direction, but if we need to make findings, I want to be sure it's on the agenda to do so.
Yeah, I don't think we need findings. I think this is very clear direction from council that this is something very important to our community. And so,
Yeah, thank you.
So that's what we're leaning. So we'll bring him for a very specific, this task only, and we'll get him engaged.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that follow-up. The other question that I have, and I don't know, perhaps the police chief is on this. There was a comment that about being sensitive to the need for people that are living in RVs as a residence currently, especially with COVID. And is the lot parking behind the County Supervisor's District 4 office still operational and a place for people to park safely at night?
Yeah. The safe parking still exists and it's operational. And also to talk about housing, the county's still placing every Monday morning on the EOC meeting, they talk about the increase in housing. So they have increased their housing. So, you know, I know some of the stuff's anecdotal and people are talking to other people, but really the facts would be helpful so we could push that information onto our partners to try to take care of those people that need the housing during this pandemic.
And so to secure information about the parking program behind District 4's office, which is in Marina on First, would they contact your office, or is that something on our city website that might be on the COVID connection page, as well as where they would look for the contact to the county for housing placement? Is that on our COVID assistance
No, I don't know
site?
if it's on our website. I'll have to defer to Matt to answer that question, but the person to contact would be Jane Parker's office because it's a county program that she, you know, put together to cover our residents and our community.
Okay, great. And it might just be something that's added to our website as an additional source with District 4's contact information.
Yeah, we'll certainly take a look to see that it's on there for, you know, all the help that we've put up since the COVID pandemic has started.
Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you both. And that was our police chief, Tina Nieto. Thank you, Chief. Frank O'Connell, did you have something?
I did. I was just trying to remember, but I think, didn't we at the time of talking about the consultant for the racism issue, direct that the RFP would come back to the council for review and public comments to make sure that we covered what we consider to be relevant in the RFP? That's my recollection. And if that is what was decided, I would hope that we would be able to see the RFP that's proposed so that we can put some comments as well as the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Councilmember Berkeley?
So when we're talking about this RFP, and maybe this, I don't know, this is really the time to go in the full details about it, but I think that there are a number of different things that we need to be looking at as a city. And in fact, I'm even wondering if it would be a wise idea for us to hire somebody locally who can work with us as a city, you know, like on a very small contract, like $5,000 of that $45,000, to really guide us even in the process of finding the right RFP and to help assess the various RFPs that come in. There is a professor at CSUMB who has a lot of work in this arena. So we may want to reach out to her. I had a conversation with her the other day and about what are we doing and how is this going? And this might be something we want to consider because I don't think that we even really have an expert on staff who is familiar enough with these issues to even assess proper RFPs. And to do this well, to do this right, I don't think it's something even that, you know, we have to be very careful because it's not something that I think even really I or any of us on council should be making recommendations because of it being perceived as politically motivated. And even if that's not what's in our heart, some members of the public may feel that way. So perhaps hiring somebody who can do this work with us, and even just writing a good RFP. So what I mean by that and the reasons for that are, what are we looking at? Are we looking at the biases of staff and the leadership within our community? Are we looking at the way the workers do, right? So there's a whole list of things, right? The looking at the leadership and our implicit biases, which we all have. Are we looking at the way that our policies are enacted? So for example, she gave me an example, right, of in one neighborhood, I believe it was Stanford, California, where the garbage, the street sweepers, I think it was, would bypass an area, well, that was mostly African Americans. And when they dug into the study, they said, why is this happening? Well, it's because the street sweeper was told this is the route to go, and his manager was told from his manager before him 15 years ago that this is what happens. And so it doesn't get challenged. And I don't know that we actually have staff members that are skilled enough, no offense to any staff, that can really assess this kind of thing. So we're looking at practices, we're looking at policy, we're looking at leadership, but we're also, there's another issue that we in our city have is, why is it historically, at least when we were in person, it's predominantly white people who come to speak at council when we are such a diverse city? So that's a whole other issue. So there are many different ways that we can be looking at. And I think an expert in helping us pull together an RFP would be very beneficial for us. So that's my input in this conversation at the moment. We don't hear you.
Thank you, Lisa. And I think the comments that you, and I think it was Frank that had on this matter, somehow get shared with staff, and somehow staff shares them back with us, probably on the next council meeting, just a little update on the steps that staff wants to hear from us as far as direction. But we definitely want to try to make progress while keeping in mind that staff are working on a lot of other things too, like CalAM and development matters on Fort-Ord, and a lot of big issues, a lot of small issues. And this is one issue that they're trying their best. So Lane, just keep us apprised of how that's going, and I'm sure we can work together to keep moving on it.
So, Mr. Mayor, how would you feel if we just did a quick vote? I don't know, it's not an official vote, but if council would be in favor of spending $5,000 to hire somebody part-time to help write the RFP and really be inclusive and assess it.
We may all be in favor of that, but the format doesn't allow us to do that sort of thing. The city manager has discretion up to 5,000, but we don't have the discretion to give that kind of direction in this format at this time. So you can talk more about it at number 12 on the agenda, and we can hear from Rob and Lane how they might want to proceed, and we can give them some consensus direction there. Rob, do you want to weigh in now on anything, or you want to wait till item 12 on the agenda?
Yeah, let's wait till item 12. I agree.
Okay. Thank you, Lisa. Please keep that in mind, as well as somebody remind me to adjourn tonight in honor and memory of Ralph Rubio. If you could please do that, that would be helpful for me to make sure that we do. Okay, let's go then to our consent agenda, which is a package of thought not too controversial issues so that we approve them all at once. Does any member of the public have any brief question or comment or wish to pull something from this consent agenda? And we'll start with Mike Owen. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't find 10 June minutes in the packet. So if you approve it, you could say that if it's not there, you're not really approving it.
I have it in my packet, 8B1, 10 June draft minutes. Mike, did you? Okay. I just want to make sure. Okay. So I guess the confirmation would be that it was on the email packet that a lot of public get who don't get a hard copy packet. So while we're talking about the rest of this, if Anita, our city clerk, is with us, maybe she or someone can confirm that 8B1, the draft minutes of Wednesday, June 10th city council meeting are indeed in the electronic agenda packet that went out. That would be great. I don't see any other members with their hands up of the public. So the same question to council. Any brief comments or questions or wish to pull something for discussion? Don't see anything. So I'll go ahead and motion we approve the consent agenda with the understanding that 8B1 is electronically included in what went out to the public. And if it's not, that we bring it back in 2 weeks. If it is, then we let it go as passed tonight.
Second.
Any member of the council like to comment on this motion? Okay. Matt or Anita, can you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, those minutes were not included electronically, so we'll have to bring those back. But Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And we will move on to the main item for tonight, which is a public hearing regarding cannabis measure.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just one
Sure,
second.
go ahead, Frank.
Thank you. I just wanted really quickly on the consent agenda relating to the city council MST contactless fare payment. Starting in September, MST is going to be the first transit district in the state and quite possibly in the country that is going to be set up so that you can get on the bus and pay with a credit card, MasterCard, Visa card, not American Express. When you get off the bus, you have the card checked as well, and it will only calculate the amount of money that is owed for the actual pickup and drop-off spot. Again, this is the first time in the state. This is really a feather in the cap of MST and the local areas. So no longer will you have to worry about coins, dollars, in contact with the driver unnecessarily. And it will be starting sometime in September. Very exciting concept that the executive officer is really pleased with, and it's a real credit to MST.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Frank. Now we can leave home without American Express because we can use those other credit cards.
There you go.
But that's a great news item. Thank you very much for that update. Okay, so who will lead us through the cannabis hearing?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So to kick this off here really quickly, as you're aware, staff's been working with City Attorney's Office and Special Counsel Mark Mandel to produce an updated commercial cannabis business ordinance that the council can consider placing on the November 2020 general election. The item we are presenting tonight is a culmination of that work effort and also City Council, Planning Commission, and public input. I'm going to turn it over to Mark Mandel for the majority of our presentation here, but afterwards, staff is available for your questions. Mark?
Thanks. Hello, Mayor. Hello, members of City Council. This is now the second presentation in about a month that I've given to you on the proposed cannabis initiative. Hold on, how do I pull this up? Okay, so just to give you an idea of timeline, on your June 17th, you had a meeting in joint with the Planning Commission where we did a presentation on the proposed ordinance and got feedback from council members and commissioners. Then on July 9th, the Planning Commission met and discussed the measure and adopted a resolution recommending to the City Council that the City Council put the the cannabis, commercial cannabis ordinance to the voters. Then tonight, July 21st, you're considering passing a resolution which would place the ordinance on the ballot. Now, a word about your agenda packets. The resolution is what you will be adopting. The ordinance will not be adopted by the council because you're submitting it to the voters, and the voters will actually be enacting it or not enacting it using their own authority. So technically, the new ordinance, which is Exhibit B in your packet, is a attachment, an exhibit to the resolution. Just to remind everyone, the deadline for getting items onto the November ballot is August 7th. So that's the drop dead date for adopting a resolution. Main theory on this project was that we wanted to retain the major substantive requirements of the existing ordinance, and especially what I'm calling the 3-3 unlimited structure, which is limiting adult cannabis retailers to 3 in the city, medicinal cannabis retailers to 3 in the city, and then not having limits on the other cannabis uses. Then streamlining the application and licensing process, and also permitting the future amendment by the council. On this last one, what staff has been running into is that the existing ordinance provides for a somewhat convoluted structure, and unfortunately can't be changed by the council because it was originally adopted several years ago by a voter petitioned initiative. So a big part of the purpose of putting this ordinance to the voters is that this ordinance includes a section that provides that the council can amend it. So in the future, if this is put to the voters and passes, you won't have to go back to the voters every time you want to tweak something in your commercial cannabis ordinance. Substantively, the main change that's being proposed here is a change from the old process, which we're calling the competitive process, to the new process, which is a regulatory process. Under the competitive process, when multiple folks wanted to have the original 3 permits for each kind of retail, you took applications from as many people as wanted to come, and then put all those applications through a series of background checks, staff reviews, planning commission reviews, and city council reviews, and then at the end of the process made a decision of which of the applications you were going to award a permit. The problem with this process was that it was lengthy. It was difficult to determine what the best candidates were. There was a scoring system that was included in the original ordinance, but the scoring system came up with roughly similar scores for quite a few of the applicants. It had a kind of convoluted process of reviews and appeals, and also had the planning commission and the council making decisions about things like background checks and who is qualified to run a business. And that's something that seems more appropriate to be done at the staff level than to be having the council make those sorts of decisions. So the new process is what we're calling a regulatory process. And one of the goals here was to have this process, to the extent possible, match the kind of process you use for any other sort of development. The entry step, which only exists where you have a numerical cap on the number of licenses of a type, is what we're calling a pre-application lottery. And basically at that stage, you put out a notice to the world that there's a slot open and we're taking out pre-applications. And then during a pre-application period, applicants can turn in a very simple application, which basically just identifies who the applicant is, which is basically going to be who the LLC is that's going to be trying to get the permit. And then also contact information for the principal owner of the LLC, which is basically going to be the owner's rep. Then at the end of that process of accepting those pre-applications, a number of pre-applications that's equal to the number of slots is chosen at random. And whoever gets chosen is now in the pipe to go through the remainder of the process. So with this system, you are only having as many applicants as you have slots. And there are 2 tracks which are going to basically run simultaneously for the application once they're into the chute. One track is the zoning track, which is basically an application for a conditional use permit, and that is going to be processed by the Planning Commission and planning staff, the same way as any other CUP would. And the zoning process is about the location, the building, what sorts of activities can take place there. Then the other track is the licensing track, and that's an administrative process. And what that's about is doing background checks on the applicants and all of the proposed owners and managers of the business, and also working with them to develop a safety and security plan with the police department and setting up inspections for that, and also making sure that they've gotten all of the licenses they need from the state, from the CUP, from the Planning Commission, and other things like fire inspections. We've retained the citywide limits of 3 medical retail and 3 adult retail, which are in the existing ordinance. And that is those are the limits that exist right now. We've also retained the lack of limits on permits for other uses. Where there is a limit, we take the pre-applications. With respect to things where there's an unlimited number of permits, you would accept the applications on a rolling basis. And I'll talk in a bit about the temporary moratoria we would have on the non-retail applications. The process on the zoning side is that your existing ordinance sets forth what types of businesses can be built in which zones. So there are certain zones which allow retail uses. There are others that allow other kinds of uses. The new ordinance would not change any of these zones. The zoning process works like the zoning process for any conditional use. All uses of cannabis are under your current code are conditional uses, and that would remain. So everything needs a conditional use permit. And this process, like I said, is going to be about what can be built at the location and how it can be improved and how it can be used, rather than about who can do it. There are also some special zoning restrictions that are written into the ordinance. The first is that for all cannabis businesses, there's a 600-foot buffer zone around daycare centers, schools serving students in K through 12, and public recreation centers and public parks. There had been some thought about reducing that 600-foot buffer zone to 500, but the Planning Commission recommended that go back to 600. 600 is the buffer zone that is provided for in state law, though the state law doesn't require a buffer zone around public parks, only provides for it around schools and daycare centers and youth centers. But the state law allows cities to alter the size of those zones. So we essentially have left a 600-foot zone as in state law and then add a zone around public parks. Also, the use as conditioned has to not generate offensive noises or odors. And that is basically an opening for the Planning Commission and planning staff to look at each use and determine what needs to happen at that use for noise reduction and odor reduction. This approach seemed like a better approach than specifically requiring certain mitigations or setting some sort of specific limit about noises and odors. mostly because technologies do change. And also odor is difficult to measure in a quantitative way. And even noise, though we do have a decibel scale, it really depends on the distance you are as to how loud it is. And also people perceive different sorts of noises differently. So this approach made sense. Then for only retail uses and not other uses, there's a 1,000-foot buffer between retail uses. And also, if the retail use includes delivery, it needs to provide adequate off-street parking for all loading and standing of delivery vehicles. So the notion is that they can't have delivery vehicles sitting in the normal parking zone in front of the business. It needs to be on the property. Also, delivery is only allowed from a retail use, and it is a separate use, which is separately permitted from the basic store. So what this says is you can't have a business that's basically a warehouse that isn't open to the public, but does do delivery. Then there also are some visual and signage restrictions, which are new from the last time you saw this, and I'll be discussing those later. General rule for conditional uses applies. There's the same rule that applies to any conditional use permit, which is, hold on, I can't see the whole thing, that you need the Planning Commission, in order to issue a conditional use permit, needs to find that the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the use or building applied for will not, under the circumstances of the particular case, be detrimental to health, safety, peace, morals, comfort, and general welfare of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of such proposed use, or be detrimental or injurious to property and improvements in the neighborhood or to the general welfare of the city. And in the coastal zone, the use is consistent with all applicable local coastal land use plan recommendations and requirements. So this is a requirement that the Planning Commission needs to be able to make this finding for the use as it is conditioned and as is, and so you put on conditions that are sufficient to allow the Planning Commission to make this finding. The ordinance does include a moratorium. This is that the city wouldn't be accepting applications for non-retail businesses until July 1st, 2021, or the city council can release that at some earlier date if it wants. The purpose of that is to allow the city council to use its ability after this is passed to amend the existing ordinances to adopt any operating and zoning rules for the non-retail businesses. Because we got into this process so late in the cycle for the election, it seemed important to focus on the retail, and this moratorium gives the council a chance to do additional study and discussion on the non-retail uses even after August 7th. Now shifting over from the zoning side to the licensing side, a permit would be required to operate a cannabis business, and this is the local permit. There's an addition to the state permit that all cannabis businesses have to have under state law. The permit can be issued only after all owners and managers have obtained background clearance from the police, the business has obtained a state cannabis license, the business has approved safety and security plan and has passed inspection under that plan, and the site has complied with all zoning requirements, meaning basically it has a CUP. Permits have a one-year term, but are renewable annually, and the renewals are pretty much automatic. The process for obtaining a renewal is that each owner and manager needs to get a new background clearance, and also they need to work with the police chief again to get an updated safety and security plan, and also to be inspected that they are meeting that plan. Owners and managers can be added and changed if they obtain background clearance. Each permit is tied to a location. business can be moved if it contains a new permit at a new location. And for retail, the slot basically moves with the business. So if you have a business at location A and they want to move to location B, what they do is they put in an application to move to location B, go through the full permit review process of the regulatory and the zoning side. And then once they get those permits, they have to close down their old location and move to the new location. A license can authorize more than one type of commercial cannabis activity at the same location, but if an activity is going to be added to a license, essentially they need to do a whole new application process. Operational rules for the business are outlined in the ordinance, and also each business has to have a specific safety and security plan, and there are a lot of requirements in the ordinance for what needs to be in that as a minimum. And safety and security plan is worked out between the business and the police chief. Once it's been approved, then there will be inspections to ensure that the business is meeting with the safety and security plan. Violations are handled as a code enforcement matter, meaning instead of trying to do a revocation of one or more licenses, instead you would go through the process of citations and code enforcement. Key operational restrictions are no consumption of cannabis, alcohol, or tobacco on site. No one under 18 is allowed on the site. 18, 19, and 20-year-olds are only allowed on site to purchase medicinal products with doctor's recommendation. And an owner, operating manager, or assistant operating manager who has passed background clearance has to be on site at all times when the business is open. In terms of taxes, taxes would be collected and administered in these along with business license taxes, but the rate would be 5%, and this is paid in addition to the usual business license tax. As far as amendments, current ordinance, as I discussed, can't be amended by the council. The new ordinance would allow amendments by the council. Voter approval would be required to raise the tax rate above 5%. And the ordinance could also be modified to require voter approval of changing certain other things. But right now, the only limitation is that voter approval is required to go above 5%. Existing permits, permits issued under the old ordinance would continue under the new ordinance and count against the limits. Existing businesses would be treated as non-conforming uses for zoning purposes to the extent they don't meet the current zoning requirements. And non-retail applications could be converted at the request of the applicant to the new system. There's kind of a list of changes that have been made since the last time this came before the council. First of all, it's now required that all employees have a live scan check administered by the police department before they start working. Under the old ordinance, we had the businesses doing that check, and basically no one liked that. So we switched it to having the police department do a live scan check. The live scan check is different from the background clearance we require for owners, operating managers, and assistant operating managers, in that the live scan check is basically just a criminal background check, whereas the background clearance can involve a more thorough investigation and also can be done of companies as opposed to real people and employees. The notion here would be that if the business wants to hire on a new operating manager or assistant operating manager, they probably would bring them on first as an employee, which just requires a quick live scan check, and then put in an application for the background clearance, which takes a longer time. And then once they get the background clearance, they could be added to the permit as an operating manager or assistant operating manager. The new ordinance clarifies that an administrator can do background checks of pre-applications before conducting the lottery. We don't currently require this in the ordinance, but we do state that the administrator, when they open up a pre-application period, can set up that they're going to do that sort of background check. Then we add additional rules to prevent cramming of entries into the lottery. We clarified what types of leases trigger the background clearance requirement. There is a provision in the ordinance which states that if the business is in property that is leased for more than the fair market price of a lease, then the landlord basically has to have a background clearance as well. And we clarified that that's fair market price for a cannabis business, not just fair market rental generally. Streamline the distinction between operating manager and assistant operating manager. So basically the requirement is that an operating manager or assistant operating manager needs to be on site at all times. And if the operating manager is going to be out on vacation or because they've left for 7 or more days, then an assistant operating manager or an owner needs to be designated as an acting operating manager and needs to make sure that the police have a 24-hour phone number for that person. Then specifies tax will be collected quarterly. It fixes reference to alcohol undue concentration, which was in the existing ordinance, and had kind of mixed cannabis and alcohol rules together, which didn't work well. It's revised zoning rules, like I described in the main presentation, and also sign rules, which I'll talk about in a second. It filled in that the tax is going to be 5%, which is your current tax rate. It clarified that you won't take zoning applications except from lottery winners, and it made numerous minor edits and clarifications. Now, at the Planning Commission, 2 issues came up that the commission was very interested in. The first of these was signage. The requirement in Measure V is that no cannabis product or graphics describing cannabis shall be visible from the exterior of the property. And in the new ordinance, that's actually been expanded. So it says, with respect to all cannabis land uses, I won't read this word for word, but basically you can't have any graphics depicting cannabis or cannabis products on the exterior of your building or on a sign. You can't have any graphics depicting cannabis or cannabis products displayed in a manner that's visible from outside the property or is visible from a location like a common parking lot if you're in a mini mall. And no cannabis or cannabis products can be displayed or handled that in a way that's visible from outside the property or visible from a common area. Now, one possible addition that you might want to consider, because this is something that was of concern to the Planning Commission, is language that basically limits any signage on the outside of the building to the name or address of the business, and no other information or graphics. And if there's something that interests you, someone could make a motion to amend the ordinance that is before you to add this in. And at the Planning Commission, there was a substantial amount of interest in restricting signage and advertising. And at the time of the Planning Commission, frankly, we weren't sure what we could legally do in that area because signage is right now a kind of a hot issue in the First Amendment area. And the city is currently considering a new signage ordinance, which is going to be mostly about things like campaign signs and yard signs, which are a little different. And basically, after doing some research, what we're now recommending is that it would make sense if you're going to have restrictions on on-site signs, things that are part of the building, that they be added now so that they're part of the zoning code changes. And if you want to do additional changes to restrict advertising or kind of signs generally other than on-site, that not be included in the ordinance that goes to the voters, but instead that'd be something that you could consider separately when you have some more time and we aren't running against this deadline. And it also could be something that could be a part of the larger sign ordinance project that the city is currently working on. The next thing that was very important to some members of the Planning Commission was youth education. Right now, under your existing ordinance, there is no requirement for youth education. But what's happened is that the applicants have been including promises to do education in their applications. Now, the problem with educational programs that are run by cannabis businesses is that it kind of becomes an opening for them to do marketing. Because how do they put out materials or approach schools without at the same time getting some credit that they're doing it? And also, it's difficult for the cannabis businesses to be kind of campaigning against their product. And also, these are relatively small businesses and they're really not in the education business. So it's not clear what their capacity would be to actually do an educational program that had much of an impact. So that, I guess that's my last slide. This kind of puts us into a conundrum because the Planning Commission really wanted to have an education program. And right now there is none in the ordinance. And one possibility would be to require that the cannabis businesses do an education program. But if you put that into your ordinance, then what that would turn into is you telling the cannabis businesses that they must try and educate and get out messages to youth, and somehow giving the cannabis businesses a governmental mandate that they must approach the people who we don't want them retailing to seemed like a bad idea. And also, if we put in that sort of requirement, then the city would have to be judging whether or not each business is doing it the right way or is doing enough of it. And it wasn't quite clear how the city would make that judgment. Then the other possibility was to create some sort of city program. There are a few problems with doing a city program. The first, which is the easiest to get around, is that you can't actually earmark any of your tax revenues from this tax towards any specific purpose in the ordinance. Otherwise, it becomes a special tax that requires a 2/3 vote. Now, the way you get around that, which is easy, is you don't include it in the ordinance that goes to the voters. Instead, as a separate action, you create a program that is educational and that you would choose to fund from this money. So that's not a huge problem, though we have to be careful to not put that program into this ordinance if you want to do it. The bigger problem is that it's not clear if the city really has the capacity to do an educational program. Cities aren't really in the education or public health business as general, and you're a small city with a small staff, and you don't have anyone on staff who really is able to, do that as part of their, kind of professional qualifications. So you would probably have to, start up a new program or hire someone new or hire a consultant. And then the problem becomes that we don't know how much money you're going to be getting from this tax. It could be on the order of $100,000. We just don't know. And Frankly, education programs are expensive. Even if you were to put $25,000 towards an education program, it's not clear how much that would buy. So, we're recommending that if you choose to create an education program, first of all, we don't try and do that tonight. But second of all, you really put some thought into, what does that mean? What kind of actual output are you expecting for the amount of dollars you're going to put into that program? Because you probably don't have the means or the money to, be putting up a whole lot of billboards, or creating any sort of actual educational materials on your own. And it's not clear what resources are out there to, for example, buy presentations from other vendors, and anything that would be effective would probably require a lot of cooperation with the school district or the schools, which you don't necessarily know if they'd be interested in. As a practical matter, you aren't going to be able to do something at the local level of a small city that looks like the huge anti-tobacco campaigns that we see all over, but which are done at the state level and are funded with a chunk of a statewide tobacco tax, which is quite a bit higher than your tax. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that when we're talking about youth education programs, think, okay, what do we actually mean by that, and what can we actually buy? Because otherwise, there's a real concern at staff that there might be a directive to create a youth education program with a budget of $20,000, and they do their best, but turning around, it would be something that no one would think would be that effective, given that $20,000 is a large portion of the tax revenue you're getting, but frankly just isn't that much money for this sort of program. And I guess that ends my presentation. I'd be available to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
Thank you, Mark. Let's start with Councilmember Berkeley, and thank you, Matt.
Hi. Thank you for your presentation. I actually have a few things I'd like to discuss, but I'll work a little bit backwards since we just had this lengthy time on the youth education, and while it's still on our mind. It seems to me, as a city, to your point, this is not our wheelhouse. But what I would like to see, considering, because I think it's very important, is perhaps a percentage of the taxes, or maybe just we ask that they give a certain contribution of a percentage or a fixed dollar amount that they partner with MPUSD. I would imagine, although perhaps Terry can check in with us a little bit more on this, but I would imagine that MPUSD has a drug education program within the school system. And so perhaps this isn't for us to decide, but rather to connect the cannabis retailers with MPUSD. And we're just monitoring to that, because to your point, I don't think this is really something that we as a city want to take on. But it would be interesting to hear Terry Segrist's take on that, because certainly his work with our youth he's in the weeds with it. He's running it and can perhaps give us some more. So Terry, can we hear your thoughts on this, please?
Good evening, Councilman Berkeley. So in response to that, a couple things I would say. The first thing is our Youth Through survey brings out good information as it relates to this topic matter that the kids actually fill out, so that we know some of the things that are going on in this area. Secondly, the school district does have a good education program as it relates to this. And more importantly, Sun Street Centers actually has a youth advocacy group that actually are made up of high school kids that consistently work with educational drug information across the school district. And there's a group of Marina kids connected with Sun Street that do an excellent job in this area. So, so there are avenues and there are ways to partner, and point taken, partnership is the key in order to maximize the education and maximize the dollar.
Is there a particular, if you were to design a program or think what is the best way to support our Marina youth getting educated about the effects of cannabis at a younger age, what do you think would be the best venue for that?
Again, the school venues are the best venue, and the presentations through the work of the schools and what they present, and they've already have some programs that they're using educationally and mixed in with the curriculum, like through PE class and health class and other areas. We can always enhance it. And again, you always want to be as proactive as you can be, especially on the cannabis issue. So again, I think in partnership with MPUSD, Sun Street Centers, and other groups that we work with, the key to cannabis education is peer connection. And the more that we can get our peers to their peers to be the presenters, the better the message.
Terrific, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So that was the one thing I wanted to talk about. And then along the same lines of protecting our youth, that is our responsibility. And so I would hope that we would not lessen the 600 feet from the parks, playgrounds, school, or child care, youth care facilities. I hope that if anything, we would consider even strengthening that. Then as far as the signage, I'm in favor of this additional signage because some of the research that was shown to us, I believe, Get It Right from the Start, I think it was, that they sent us a letter, and they were very clear about the research that's been done about images and signage. And so I would like us to adapt that possible, what was it, the possible additional verbiage around the signs. Also, I'm just looking for my notes, 1 second. I have questions about the retail stores. So this goes back a little bit more to the distancing. So if a retail store is put in a zoned area or that becomes a non-conforming permit, if that store moves, can another cannabis store come into that area and take advantage of the non-conforming permit, or the non-conforming permit goes with the business, or once that business moves, it reverts to a properly zoned area?
The non-conforming use would be attached to the building, not to the business. So if there were continuous operation, then I believe it would still be able to operate as a non-conforming use, but that could only happen if you had the business that was there wanting to move and a new slot opening up, and someone applying for that slot who wanted the new to operate at that location. As a practical matter, what would probably happen is that the business itself would take on new owners, and the existing business, which is going to be an LLC, would now be owned by different people and would remain at that same non-conforming use location.
Okay. So also on the subject of business ownership, we still have it that there can be 3 medical and 3 recreational stores, is my understanding, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you say that we can change that, or we cannot change that piece?
You can change that piece. You could either change that in the ordinance that gets submitted to the voters, though I'd recommend against doing that if you want to if you want to adopt the resolution today, because I think that would be a significant piece of drafting to try and get all the cascading changes. The other alternative would be that if you send this ordinance as drafted to the voters, then after it's passed, the council can always amend it to reduce the number of businesses. But the permits you've already issued would be grandfathered. So effectively what you'd be doing is having to have the existing businesses or existing permits attrition away in order to get the reduction.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my questions for now. I may have more, but I think that takes care of that. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Lisa. Councilmember Urrutia.
Thank you. You mentioned that the currently permitted businesses would become non-conforming uses, or if they didn't conform to the standards in the new ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone on staff know if that would in fact create non-conforming uses for the current three applicant, or not even applicants, but current three permit holders? Because the reason for my question is that we're asking two of them to perform significant public improvements, and to me it seems disingenuous to have them spend all that money on public improvements and then say, oh, by the way, your use is non-conforming, and now any change to your business could cost you your permit or force you to spend significant money to upgrade your site.
So I can answer that question. The only site that would become legal non-conforming would be the site where the Divas location currently is, the hair salon, just next to the courthouse. The reason that one will become non-conforming is because you're adding parks into the criteria for the buffer, and there's a couple of parks that are within 600 feet of that site.
And so could you?
So that's, and I believe I have to check with Christy, but the improvements at that site are there are improved public improvements need to be done, but they're not as significant, say, as the Mortimer site. A little bit less.
Could you walk me through what would be some typical worst case scenarios for the Divas site if they had a legal non-conforming status and they wanted any sort of change? Would a change in ownership, imperil their license? Would a change, maybe they wanted to do a change to their building, would that imperil their license if they have legal non-conforming status?
I'm going to actually ask Christy or city attorney's office to help with that one if they're more familiar with our code. There could be several different triggers for that, and so I'll see if they. Hi, Christy.
Yeah. Sorry. Hi. As far as the non-conforming, and we've prepared some maps to show the differences between the current buffers, the proposed buffers in the ordinance, and then the recommended buffers with inclusion of parks. So what would happen with the non-conforming uses, such as the Divas site that was approved by council, as well as actually with the new proposed, if we go to 1,000-foot buffer, it would actually eliminate 2 of the 3 that were approved by the council. So they would be able to continue their use. They could not expand. I believe it's more than 10%. Mr. Wellington, I believe that you understand. I believe it's 10% under our ordinance.
Christy, before we continue.
Thank you, Matt.
Just a quick question. I realize that perhaps it's conditional use, not non-conforming. Is that correct?
Well, no, they would have a conditional use permit, but they would be considered legal non-conforming under our ordinance if it changes.
Thank you.
All right, so what we're looking at right now is this is what is proposed under the current ordinance. So it would be adding parks. So for example, you're looking at adding Lock Padden Park, Vince DiMaggio. We've got the sports complex, Windy Hill. So what we're looking at is we're actually adding additional buffers. So when you look at the double lines here, the closer line is the 500-foot mark, and the 600-foot mark is the outside line. The purple areas that you see, as well as the little orange dots, are what's under the existing ordinance with a 600-foot buffer. Matt, if you can go to the 1,000-foot.
Sure. I don't believe we proposed the 1,000-foot, but we can bring that up.
Well, it's going to come up. I know that in public comment, but I just want to show what the differences are. So I want to remind you all that parks are currently not included in the ordinance as it exists today. If we add an additional buffer, we just wanted to show what the impacts are to the areas that could be considered for cannabis operations. And so this is with a 1,000-foot buffer with all of the potential sensitive uses.
And
So to answer
the 600-foot buffer, the Steezy dispensary would be within a 600 feet of Vince DiMaggio Park and possibly Lock Padden Park, and would therefore go legal non-conforming. My eyes aren't great. How about the Mortimer's property? Is that within a 600-foot buffer?
So the Mortimer site comes within feet of the 600-foot buffer that currently exists in the existing ordinance. So 3100 Del Monte would still be considered conforming, as well as the 234, I can't remember, Reservation Road would still be considered conforming. The Steezy application would be considered non-conforming.
How many feet is Steezy from Vince DiMaggio and Lock Padden?
If you're looking at the scale that you're seeing right there, we're looking at about, well, you see the 5, 6. It's not with. It may touch the Vince DiMaggio 600-foot a little bit, but more so the Lock Padden Park. So you're looking at about maybe 600 feet from DiMaggio and much less from Lock Padden.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful to know. And then could somebody speak to, you'd mentioned they might run into difficulty if they wanted to increase the footprint of the building by greater than 10% with a legal non-conforming use.
Yeah, I can't remember the percentage. It's, I'm sorry.
Christy?
Yes.
This is Fred. They can't expand at all in our ordinance. There's no, it's not even 10%. There's no expansion of that in our non-conforming section of the zoning ordinance.
Okay. And then how about this is maybe a question for Mark or possibly for Rob Wellington, but in the proposed ordinance, what other typical changes that any kind of retail business might undergo would, cause them to potentially lose their cannabis permit under the proposed ordinance?
Well, it's not so much they'd lose their permit as that they wouldn't be able to make the change. But the main thing would be an expansion of the building, an addition of an additional use, meaning that if they wouldn't be allowed to add an additional type of operation. So if they're a retail, they couldn't add manufacturing at the same site. You would ask about ownership changes. That would not trigger a problem for a non-conforming use. Rob, do you have any other observations on that?
No, I think that covers everything I would know that's in the ordinance.
And so for the different uses, if somebody's current, the application that was approved included, actually, does anyone know, does Steezy include any other uses like delivery or manufacturing on their site?
Not at this time. They're only proposing retail at this time.
What would be the sort of deadline for them to try to add an additional use to their permit under the existing ordinance?
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mark or Rob, it would be prior to the any voter initiative.
I think that's right, yes.
And okay. And then for our planning department, I don't know of any specific interest Steezy has in changing any of the, permitted uses in their site, but I'm just kind of trying to play this out as to like how restrictive this might be for somebody who's invested so much money in getting approved for our city to run a dispensary. But if they came back tomorrow after whatever vote we take tonight and said, we'd like to be approved to add delivery, what would be a turnaround time that you would think would be reasonable for going through our current process for them to have that considered for approval?
So the non-retail are administrative. Well, it is a conditional use permit, but it's a little bit different. But they would still need to go through the conditional use permit process. And so, I mean, we're at the end of July right now, so feasibly they could get a permit prior to the election, and then of course looking at when the ordinance goes into effect.
And when does the ordinance go into effect? Is it January 1?
The ordinance goes into effect on the 10 days after the date the city certifies the results of the election.
Okay. And then is there any consideration for people who already have permits in progress under the existing ordinance? Or if they had a permit in progress under the existing ordinance and the new ordinance is passed by the voters, all considerations for the progress they've made thus far would be out the window?
Are you talking about the two that were not approved for use permits?
No, I'm talking about, so this is all hypothetical, but if Steezy gets the ball rolling on an application to add another use, delivery or manufacturing to their site, and they do this on November 2nd,
mm-hmm.
and then the election's on November 3rd, and then 30 days later, the election is certified, and then 10 days later, the ordinance goes into effect. And then subsequent to that, Steezy's application that's already in the hopper is approved, or would their application be thrown out because it would be under a old ordinance?
I'm going to defer to Mark on that in just a second, but I think that because they don't have an application in for those types of uses, that whenever the application would come in would fall under whatever ordinance is in effect at that time.
Well, with respect to the application for the regulatory permit as opposed to the CUP, under the new ordinance, anyone who has applied prior to the election can proceeds under the existing rules unless they choose to move to the new rules. Now, we don't specifically say that same thing for the CUP process. So, Rob, this is, I just don't know what your practice is with respect to CUPs, where you have an application in progress for something and the council changes zoning rules. Does the application proceed under the existing zoning or the new zoning?
Adam's hypothetical is a good one, and I can't recall exactly. My take would be, but I'm not sure of what we've done in the past in this pretty rare case, that the law that would apply would be the law in effect at the time the application comes before the planning commission. So
That would be my guess as well, but I don't think I've ever researched that.
Yeah, and that's the best I can do to Adam's question. It's a good
I
one.
mean, it's totally a wild hypothetical that likely will never come to pass, but in the interest of being fair to people who have invested in our city and worked with us through our burdensome process, I want to make sure that, we're being fair to those folks who have already spent so much time and money working on this. I had another question about the thing you stated about delivery services. So if somebody wanted to just have a delivery only service, that would not be allowed unless attached, or a delivery only service would not be allowed, only delivery attached to retail use. I wonder, what is the reason why we would target delivery for different treatment than other cannabis uses, which, are permitted?
In part, just because you hadn't actually set up specific rules for dealing with that sort of business. The restriction that delivery can only be from a retail business is something that can be changed by the council at any time. Just my approach in drafting this ordinance was to try and put, with respect to anything other than retail, try and put a freeze on things to give the council a chance to do more drafting and study after August 7th, just because part of this was an effort to kind of reduce the number of issues that we'd have to kind of work out on the fly in various council meetings that needed to end by the 7th.
Okay, and then I had one other question. If I'm reading this correctly, this ordinance solidifies the, I don't know if it's an excise tax but whatever the tax is at 5%. And you mentioned that if the council wanted to increase the tax, we'd have to go back to the voters. I'm not 100% clear on this. I actually helped to draft the original ordinance, but I can't recall. Did the original ordinance give the council some leeway to move the tax between 2.5% and 5%?
Yes, the original ordinance said that you have a 2.5% tax to start, and then the council can increase the tax to no higher than 5%.
And so, are we currently charging 2.5%?
You're currently charging 5%.
Okay, and so I'm just curious why we would feel the need to eliminate the ability for council to reduce the tax.
The council can reduce the tax anytime it wants. It just can't increase it unless it's specifically authorized by the voters. And this comes from state law restriction in Prop 13 and Prop 218, where basically the voters adopt a tax, and the voters can adopt a tax at an initial rate and then give the council the authority to raise the tax up to a certain amount. But any raise above the maximum rate requires voter approval, because the general rule is that any tax requires voter approval. So since your existing tax was an initial rate of 2.5% with a max of 5%, and you're already at 5%, it made sense to leave it at 5% rather than switch to 5% with a different maximum rate.
Got it. And then you mentioned that there would be other, potential things that we could include in this ordinance that would require changes to go back to the voters. And I'm curious if you have sample language that we could add in that would require any changes that reduce the number of permitted dispensaries or that reinstate a moratorium, that would have to go back to the voters?
That could be easily drafted. It would be an amendment to section section 6 of the ordinance. We would just put in a sentence that says something along the lines of, however, any amendment to this ordinance that would blank must be adopted by, may only be adopted by the voters.
Great, thank you so much. I think those are the questions I have for now, and sorry for monopolizing for so long, everybody.
No, this is fine. Thank you, Adam. Mayor Pro Tem Morton.
So, thank you. And part of what I wanted to know is exactly, Adam asked the question, is the tax rate at 5%, then sets the cap at 5%. Council would have discretion to charge anything less, any council in the future,
Correct.
if they were only going to charge 2.5. And I do understand the tax rate was conducive to moving the sale of cannabis to legal sales. All of us did receive a letter from an institution called Getting It Right from the Start. Came in our email today and had some input from medical professions and some research. And one of the things that was talked about in here was that our 5% rate may be low. So my question is, and I'm hearing Adam's concern that our 5% may be high. But if in fact we're trying not to have to go back to the voters, they're making, this organization is making a recommendation of taxation up to 15%. But obviously that would then give the councils in the future at any time the ability to charge anything from 15% to less, to 0 to 1%, correct?
Yes, it would. Now, one side effect, if you put in a cap that's higher than 5, is that we'll have to change the question that's presented to the voters to specifically state that we're changing the cap. Right now, we have a ballot question which doesn't include some information you need to include if you have a tax increase. If you have a tax increase, which would include an authorization to raise the rate in the future, would count as tax increase for this purpose, then your ballot question, which can only be 75 words, needs to include the rate of the tax. It needs to include an estimate of the amount of tax proceeds that will be generated, and it needs to include a statement of when the tax expires, which in this case would be if repealed by the voters. The problem is that adding that adds about a dozen words to the length of the question, which requires shortening other things. And also, if you have to add in an estimate of the dollar amount that will be raised, we're having trouble figuring out how to phrase that, given that we don't have any experience with how much in tax, how much business there is with cannabis businesses. So we'd have to put in something that would be a little qualified in terms of explaining what kind of estimate it was, which would then take up more words. And also, if the maximum rate were increased to something relatively high, like 15, that in itself could become something that would become an issue in the election and cause folks to not vote for this change. And ultimately, the most important thing about this change, I think, is getting you the ability to, first of all, get out of the competitive process, and second of all, have an application process that is something that can be amended by the council without a vote of the people. And so adding on things that might be controversial to the voters might not be the best idea.
Okay,
Mark, if I could,
that's a very good explanation and answer, and thank you. And so at this point, if in fact what we're trying to do, as you said, is get something passed that improves the deficiencies or inconsistencies with state law, et cetera. But if in fact we found out in the future, after we've operated, businesses have operated in the city of Marina, we could put it back on the ballot at a later date if we found that it's costing more to the city than the tax rate is generating. And
Absolutely.
including for education, that you can hire professionals to do the education component, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so we might have to take care of that another day.
Councilmember Martin, could I add something quickly for this subject matter? So last year when we adopted the business license tax at 5%, we looked at the other cities around us, and at that time, just to show where we sit, Seaside was at 10% for retail, Delray Oaks was at 10%, Salinas was at 5%, and Santa Cruz was at 8%. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because I think maybe we want to stay also in some kind of a sweet spot in terms of competitiveness to, not lose the tax money to other cities that are going to have a lower tax rate. So if you were thinking about changing it, you might want to think about staying below the 10 in order to remain competitive in that area. So.
Okay, well, I think that our expert has talked me out of changing it in this voting round, is what I heard is too complicated, and it may defeat the measure. One of the other things that I want to know about then is this buffer zone. Is the buffer zone of increasing the buffer zone to 1,000 feet, for example, and we did see the map. I don't need to see it again. The question that I have then is the buffer zone set by the voters is the set buffer zone. That's not something within council discretion to adjust? Or
No, you can actually change that by ordinance. But any business that is located in a place that is legal when it gets its permit would become a not legal non-conforming use, meaning that if someone were to locate a business in that zone between 600 and 1,000 feet, then even if you changed to 1,000 feet, they would get to stay, but no one else would be able to move in.
So if this measure that's going on the ballot says 600 feet, may a council in 2025, after this passes, increase that buffer zone by its own action without going to the voters?
Yes, it can.
Okay. Okay.
And just for clarification, Councilmember Morton, the current ordinance that is before you has a 500-foot buffer. The Planning Commission is recommending a 600 buffer. So that's it. Is that correct, Mark?
No. The one that we've presented to you has the 600-foot buffer.
Okay, correct. Okay, good. Thank you.
And the 500-foot buffer was presented to the Planning Commission, and their resolution recommended that be removed and restored back to the 600 feet, which is what's in the existing municipal code. And we've presented it to you with the 600 feet. You could amend it to go down to 500 or go up to something else. But at the moment, our recommendation is the 600 feet.
And the recommendation at 600 feet is for what's going on the ballot. And in the future, if you wanted to increase that as a council, it does not need voter approval.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. So one of the other questions is the signage. And you've talked about signage, and I know a lot of people have been communicating, at least in my email, about signage and trying very hard to make sure that signage is limited for the purposes of not attracting the underage users to the use of cannabis. Are you familiar? The San Diego ordinance was one cited to me by Brian McCarthy, actually suggested, where it was limited to be one sign. It shall only contain the name of the business, only contain alphabetic characters, and limited to 2 colors. And then that there's no secondary signs, advertising, or displays viewable on the building, except obviously the owner's name and contact information. Would that be something that can be amended into this tonight?
It would be. I think I've suggested some language that, and I think I've shared it on your screen, that would achieve those goals. The one thing this language doesn't do, and I can probably make that a little bigger. The one thing this language doesn't do is it doesn't specifically limit the number of signs aside from what restrictions are normally applicable in your code. And the reason for that is that some retail locations would really kind of need to have 2 signs, like something on a corner perhaps, or something that's set back from its property line. So it didn't make sense to put in a hard requirement about number of signs rather than just use the requirements that are currently in your code. And then this says that needs can only include the name and address of the business. I didn't put in the reference to alphanumeric characters because we don't want to prohibit someone from having a name that is in another language.
Oh, another language is not alphanumeric?
I don't believe it would be if it were, say, Chinese.
Oh, because of the characters. Okay.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm thinking Arabic. I don't know. I'm thinking everybody has an alphabet. And just on a procedural note, one question I had on page 16 of the 21-page staff report, just reading this, that the taxes are going to be collected quarterly, which completely understand. I'm talking about the 5% tax. I just found it perhaps, I don't know, burdensome or inaccurate to expect the tax to be paid the first day of the next quarter. So if the business closes at 9 o'clock on a Thursday, they need to compute their business license tax and pay it on Friday. Was that really your intention, rather than maybe 5 days or 10 days?
No.
Why was that one day?
It's not.
That should be less than 12 hours.
I'm sorry. What are you looking at that was saying that?
I'm looking at section 5.80.350. It says the tax shall be collected quarterly, due and payable on the first day of each calendar quarter. And so I'm just reading that, thinking that means that if my business closed, my quarter ends September 30th, I need to pay it October 1.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next day.
You know, that is actually something that's typical. And there is a follow-up sentence, which typically would be in your main business license tax ordinance. It would read into this, which is that it shall be delinquent after 30 days.
Well, that's what I was looking for, because I just felt like, how is anybody going to do that? Okay.
Yeah, no, they can't, obviously. No, the reason for doing that is, and this is true of almost all business license taxes. It's very common to have a business license tax that is due on January 1 of each year, but is not delinquent until like March 2nd, which gives the taxpayer time to get all of their calculations and forms in order. The reason why you set up that due and payable date early is that way, if the taxpayer goes out of business or goes bankrupt during the period between when it's due and when it's delinquent, you may have a possibility of having a claim
I understand. As long as I understand that it's being read in conjunction with another provision in our codes, which is silent here. I was thinking day 2, it's delinquent based on this language.
No, and that I totally understand how you reached that conclusion. And part of what's happening here is that this ordinance is reading in about 20 or 30 sections of your business license tax ordinance about administration, possibly even more. So that means that a lot of the details about how tax works are actually in an existing section of your code.
Okay, thank you. And one other thing that, in just things brought to our attention, was other jurisdictions have prohibited the use of vending machines which allow access to marijuana, cannabis, and marijuana cannabis products except by a responsible party. Do we need something like that in our ordinance about not having vending machines, that there's always a person-to-person contact in the sales?
I'm having trouble visualizing how a vending machine setup would work.
I could see
it was interesting to see it.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to learn from other people's mistakes as
right, and I guess.
Excuse me, Mark. Let's go to Matt Morgeson. I think he has an input on this matter. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, so the scenario that I would see playing out with a vending machine would be like a water dispensary type thing that you'll see sometimes at a water store. For example, you would walk up, put your jug in there, and you would get water right there. Well, I could see the same scenario playing out with cannabis of some kind, where you walk up, you pick through the vending machine to the storefront there, you can get your product. So that's probably what they're talking about. I don't think they're putting vending machines at grocery stores and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
No, inside the establishment, and I probably was thinking more of a cigarette machine is inside the store. I don't know. I just was asking. It's just interesting when you're reading other jurisdictions having issues and they're going in and making corrections. It was just a question because you've done so much more research than than me.
Yeah, I'm personally not familiar with that concept.
Okay.
I mean, the state law does require them to be checking IDs before sales, and both state law and our ordinance prohibits anyone under 18 from entering the business at all, and anyone under 21 from entering the business unless they have a medical card. So I'm not sure how a minor would be getting access to an on-site vending machine.
That would be the hope that they are not. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Gail. I had a few questions, Mark. Mm-hmm. It came up during your presentation about moving locations. So if I own a dispensary at location A and I want to move to location B, then I can do that. And one of my regrets about assigning or approving the 3 that we did approve is that there's 1 or 2 that I would not be surprised if they never were able to do what it took to open up at the locations that they applied for. And so my question is, if one of the 2, if any of those that are already approved to open a marina can't make it work at that location because of parking restrictions or something else, would they just be able to pick a new location and move to it because they were already approved by us? Or would they have to go back in the lottery hopper with other, or if we still have the other 2 that didn't get accepted, that they would get the next choice? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, there is no waiting list under this ordinance. So folks who don't have permits for retail as of the point the point where this is passed wouldn't have any special claim on additional permits.
Right. So it's my understanding that there was already a conditional use permit given to those that were approved, or did so that
No, they are. Was saying is that they wouldn't go back in the hopper with the folks who didn't win permits in your last process, because those folks have no more rights to a permit under this than anyone else.
Well, I thought that we didn't take the action, that the action we took was not until January would we close the door on the two that didn't get selected. So it seems like they have some sort of privilege or right because of all the work they went through, that we didn't say that they were denied. We sort of left them in limbo until January. Matt or City Attorney Robert Wellington, can you weigh in on that?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. We have discussed, this situation, and you're right. We still have those two that are in limbo, and the plan is to come back to the council to see if you want to make a final decision on, the merits of those CUPs on their locations. For the three that have been approved, they have been approved for 1 year. That's how long their CUP is good for. If they're not able to, exercise their permits within that year, then yes, those people would lose their permit, and they would have to go into the new ordinance, the new system, if they wanted to go someplace else. So our existing permits that have been issued are for site-specific locations.
Okay, so if one of the three that were approved can't open for some reason within a year, they lose all rights and they go back to square one in competition, or not in competition, but in lottery with anybody else that might be interested at that time.
Yes.
Yes, I do believe, though, that there is a provision for either the planning or the community development director, or perhaps the planning commission, to extend their approval, if they're making good faith efforts towards, exercising the permit. So there might be a little bit of leeway there, but that's generally how it works.
Okay. And is there any precedent around the country, because I've heard words to this effect, that if we do allow a business that's operating to move its permit or to sell to another owner, that it becomes a never-ending chain of permit holders, such that the few permits that are allowed, whether it be 3 or 2 or 1, become very valuable, and it could become, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, that I could sell my permit, and that you get into this never coming back to the city. And so that the real windfall is to the person selling the permit to a business that's able to pass hands once they have ownership.
Yeah. Well, it's not possible under this ordinance to sell a permit, but you can, but an LLC, which has a permit, can change its owners, which is essentially the same thing. And there is a rule in section 5.80.180, which tries to keep permits that aren't being used from just perpetually existing without having a business attached to it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not actually the section. There is a provision of the renewal requirements, which is it's 5.80.130 sub E, which basically says that in order to renew your permit, your business has to have been open to customers for at least 6 hours per day on no less than 80 of the 180 days prior to the renewal date.
Okay, so my question was, I'm operating according to what you just read and all the other rules, but I start to realize that my business is more valuable if I were to sell it because there's no other new permits being issued. So I sell my business to somebody else and they sell it to somebody else. And pretty soon that business transfer is what's making all the profit or making a lot of profit. And no new operators who don't already have a permit, their only option is to pay an escalated price for an existing permit because it's kind of like casinos, if there's only a certain number of casino permits in the state. And so those permits become very valuable to transfer hand to hand. And I'm asking if I should be worried if there are problems caused elsewhere in the country where cannabis permits that are limited in number start becoming very valuable, and we lock out the market to any newcomers unless it's almost like being extorted to pay an extremely high amount because the permits are in such demand.
Well, I don't personally have any information about whether that's occurred in other jurisdictions, but anytime you create a permit where there's a limit on how many of them you can issue, there is always a possibility or even a likelihood that the permits will become valuable.
Is there something that we could put in our ordinance that discourages that or eliminates that?
It's difficult. You can put in provisions that treat a change of the owners of the LLC as if it's a change in the permittee, and eventually you have too many changes in who owns the LLC.
So it's a number of changes?
Well, it's usually a percent of turnover of owners. But the thing is, it's because of the way LLCs work, it's fairly easy and common to get around those sorts of requirements. So it's just very difficult to administer. And also, you want to let people, for example, retire, get out of the business. You wouldn't want somebody who has one of these businesses for, 20 years, wants to retire, wants to move across the country, and say, either you stay and you personally own this business forever, or it loses its permit and the business is essentially worth nothing because the permit slot goes back into a lottery. So
Okay.
it's a tough thing to do. There certainly are cases where these sorts of limited permits have become very valuable. One example would be New York City taxi medallions, until Uber existed, had become incredibly valuable, which I think was generally agreed to be a bad thing. I think that's less likely to happen here because you're a relatively small city and you have several neighbors. So even if you have only 3 permits, there are other permits in other cities. So I think that protects you somewhat. The only true protection against having permits become valuable is to either not have a limit or to have a limit that is so high that you never are going to reach it. And that would be something that you could do, but is not part of this ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Because it's 10 o'clock, Lisa, and I still had a few more questions, but we have to, if someone would like to make a motion to extend. Lisa, is that what you wanted to do?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we extend till 10:30.
Second.
Okay, let's go to the public. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this motion to extend? Renee or Brian or Terrence? So Terrence, you just came on, so I'm assuming this is what you want. Go ahead, Terrence Tallon.
Yes, thank you, Bruce. I would like to extend, and may I make comment now?
No, it's just on the extension motion is the only
Okay.
thing we're looking for comment.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Terrence. Okay, would anyone else like to comment on the motion? Brian or Renee? Let's go to you because I'm not sure. Don't want to assume. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mostly just had my hand up because I wanted to get it in early for public comment. As always, kind of the same story, and I don't want to elaborate too much, but on a lot of these public hearings, speakers are lined up from all over, and it's a great. It's very hard for them to attend a subsequent meeting. So hope that you can power through and get through this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Renee or Eric will allow you to speak to this extension just to make sure that that's why your hand is up, although I knew it's up earlier. Go ahead, Renee.
Yes, I'm fine with the extension as well.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Eric Lightman.
I would just like to say, I think we should, 10:30, it doesn't seem at this rate like the public's going to have much time to weigh in on this. I certainly would like to give my thoughts on this as a representative for Steezy. So if we could extend even to 11 o'clock or give some time to address some of these concerns at a future date, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And we can always extend a second time tonight. Sometimes we do that 2 or 3 times. But we'll get to that at 10:30 if we're not done. So keep that in mind, Eric. Okay, come back to a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
Yes. Okay, so continue where we were. Mark, you were talking about signage, and the point was to limit signage on cannabis businesses. My question is, what effect might that have on the ordinance rules for other businesses, non-cannabis businesses?
Well, we would be making strict rules about on-site signage for cannabis businesses as part of our attempt to regulate the health impacts of youth sales by this highly regulated business. So the fact that we are setting higher restrictions for cannabis businesses wouldn't have any effect, I wouldn't think, on our sign rules for anybody else.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. You were talking about a lot about youth education and funding.
Mm-hmm.
And I recall that one of the good things about allowing cannabis businesses was that in 2018, when the voters passed recreational cannabis, there was a part of that legislation that refunds money that the state collects in cannabis tax to those jurisdictions that had cannabis businesses. Do you know if that reimbursement to cannabis cities from state tax cannabis revenue is happening that for youth education?
I don't know about that. Does anybody else know about that? Okay. That would be something I could research, but I have no information on that for you today.
All right. Well, that was one of the selling points, but I haven't heard about it, so I'm wondering what was happening. Okay. We were talking about distance to parks, and you said that if we had 500 or 600 feet tonight, and that it was approved by the voters, that afterward, future city councils could increase that to say 1,000 feet. And my question is, could we expand it to 2,000 feet? Could we expand it so far that it is sort of a way of killing cannabis? But we wouldn't say that. Is there any limit to what we could expand the park distance to after the voters vote?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Now we could put language in there though that could say no more than X, correct?
You can put language into the section that allows amendments to put any sort of restriction on the type of amendment the council can do without voter approval that you'd like.
So we could restrict the distance to be no more than X feet without additional vote of the voters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would put something along the lines of, except that the distance set forth in section blank of the ordinance shall not be increased above X feet without voter approval.
Okay. And my last question is about not letting dispensaries, add new businesses, and I wasn't clear under what circumstances I, as a dispensary owner, would be prohibited under what we're talking about tonight, passing, from adding manufacturing.
You can, a business that has a retail permit can always add manufacturing onto that permit, but it would need to go through the entire, both the regulatory process and the zoning process for the manufacturing use.
And that's true today, right?
I believe it is, yes.
And so maybe I was talking about places that were legal non-conforming, that yes, they have a dispensary already 500 feet from a park because that's what we approved in 2020. But after the November election, they're out of conformance because we've increased that buffer to require at least 800 feet or 1,000 feet. So now I'm 500 feet away and I'm non-conforming. So now I want to confirm that I heard Fred and Christy say that I could not add a different business because I was legal non-conforming.
That's correct. When you have a legal non-conforming use, you aren't allowed to change the use without losing your grandfathering. So adding an additional use onto a legal non-conforming use wouldn't be permitted.
Okay. Well, my problem with that is that other uses are less impactful to the community, and they bring in more revenue and more jobs. So we would be, we would be shooting ourselves in the foot by saying you can have a dispensary which has some potential issues, but you can't have another business that would actually be better for the city and not have the issues that the original business had. But because you're too close to a park, you can't do what's good for the city. So we're sort of, shooting ourselves in the foot. So is that one thing, is that something that could also be a carve out that would require future voter approval? Or could we put text in this ordinance that would not trigger that you could do that even if you were non-conforming? And that might be a Fred and Christie question too.
A change to that would not require voter approval.
Oh, okay. So let me ask our city attorney or staff, how would we change that after the fact so that non-conforming uses could add a different cannabis type of business?
Mr. Mayor, that would be an amendment to the code section that we quoted before on non-conforming uses. So that's an existing municipal code that talks about non-conforming uses and about not being able to expand them. But I think the practical solution to the scenario here is just for this applicant to apply for the business they want prior to December 31st of this year.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I know you and Adam, or Adam and someone was talking about that. Okay, that's it for me. So let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
Great. I would actually like to make a motion.
We have to go to a public hearing first, Lisa.
Okay.
It's a public hearing tonight, so it's different than usual.
Okay.
Let me check in with the city attorney. Rob, can we have a motion before the hearing?
No, I think you should complete the you had the staff presentation. You should have whatever council comments there are, and then go to the public. You can make the motion before you go to the public and get the response from the public, or you can go to the public before you make the motion. Either one, but you need to you got to complete the comments and questions from the council members.
Okay, so I was wrong and you were correct, Lisa. Please continue.
Okay. So I'm gonna need some help, Mark, as far as the correct chapter number here. But I'd like to make a motion that we have opened a public hearing and taken testimony from the public, which we will do after this, and consider adopting this resolution, submitting to the voters at the November 3rd, 2020 general municipal election, and a measure amending provisions of the municipal code relating to the regulation, permitting, and taxation of commercial cannabis business activities and land use, which would repeal Title 19 Commercial Cannabis Activities, repeal Chapter 5.76 Cannabis Retailer, and Chapter 5.80 Commercial Cannabis Business Regulations, and add Chapter 17.47 Commercial Cannabis Uses. Now, that's what we have here on our recommendation. With that said,
Actually, you read it. It's adding code section chapter 5.8 and adding chapter 17.
oh, thank you for the clarification. Okay, so what is written here on our the proposed resolution as submitted by city staff, and then I'd like to have the motion include the new proposed ordinance regarding the signage. And I would like that it also include that signs must contain only alphanumeric or the linguistic equivalent symbols and not portray any graphic images related to cannabis or cannabis-related products. Number one. Number two, that it also have it that the retail businesses will not be any less than 600 feet from playgrounds, parks, childcare, youth care, etc., as is written. That a percentage or a fixed amount of the business's revenue of no more than 10% must be donated to a partnership with MPUSD and relevant cannabis educational organizations for the purpose of youth education. And then lastly, an additional business transfer tax of 10% of any sale of the business license would go to the city, which would be reviewed approximately 1 year after the acceptance and implementation of this ordinance. Do I have a second?
I will second for the purpose of discussion. I'm concerned about a 10% of, you use 10% of revenues to go for education.
Yes.
So,
or less than, we can decide an appropriate number.
Is that, okay, that's high, yeah, go ahead.
If you include any language in here that earmarks or potentially earmarks money for a specific purpose, then the ballot measure would require a 2/3 vote.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. If you have any provision in the ordinance that requires that certain tax dollars be spent in certain ways, or specifically says that that will happen or can happen, then it becomes a special tax, and the voters would need to approve it by a 2/3 vote rather than a simple majority.
So that goes with, so that's making reference to a business transfer tax, business sale transfer tax, and also youth education?
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a business.
So there were
So that 10% was.
So
it was not the gross receipts tax. That was something else.
Hold on, I'm looking at my notes 1 second. So I'm gonna change the donation. So there were 4 things. One was the ordinance about signage regarding putting in the new additional chapter that you said, with an additional comment that the sign must contain only alphanumeric or the linguistically equivalent symbols of and not portray any graphic images related to cannabis or cannabis-related products. So that was one.
You know, I think the language that I had shown earlier is actually even more restrictive than that.
Okay.
Because it says it shall contain no other information or graphics. I'm sorry, it says it shall be limited to the name and or address of the business and shall contain no other information or graphics aside from information or graphics, they're required to be posted in a manner that is visible from outside the business by applicable law. So,
Okay, true. So then you can negate my definition. However, I would also like to add that no more than 3 signs be permitted. Because we talked about if there a limit on the number of signage, that was recommended to us. So no more than 3 signs.
I mean, the one problem with that is also that you have some legally required signs on the outside of the business. They're saying like no minors allowed.
I'm sorry. I'm
would
talking
that
about
count?
I'm talking about the name of the business's sign.
Okay.
Because there was brought up earlier about the number of signs. So that then the second thing was the distance of no more than 600 feet distance. And then the third part was that I'll change it now to say a percentage of the business's revenue as of yet to be decided will be donated to a partnership with MPUSD and relevant cannabis educational organization for the purpose of youth education.
I don't think we can require a business necessarily to make a donation in our code. I think that'd be something we'd need to do additional research on.
Okay. So
that's
is there a way
there's a difference between taxing and spending and requiring a business to spend money on a donation.
Okay.
I think we need to figure out what the boundaries are of that.
Okay.
So Lisa, are you removing that from your motion, or is it still?
I'd like to keep it there, and if it, because we're going to have a discussion on it, then we can edit it or tweak it as according.
Can I recommend that because the 600 feet is already in the ordinance before you, that you remove that element from the motion just to make it shorter?
Sure. And then the last. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Councilmember Berkeley, if I could just also point out that, you know, tonight's the kind of more of the items that we need to come out of tonight if we want this to be on the ballot are the approval of the resolution and the transmittal of the ordinance. The youth program is something we've talked about quite a bit since the Planning Commission meeting, trying to figure it out. And one of the things that was pointed out is that this is something we can come back and have a full discussion with the council as a side. That doesn't have to necessarily be hammered out tonight if it gets too, tough to do. So.
Okay, fair enough. So then let's revisit that. Then I'm okay with that. I just want to be sure that we do that because it is an important piece of this. And then the last part is an additional business transfer tax of 10% of the sale of the permit, which would go to the city and then would be reviewed maybe a year after acceptance or implementation of the ordinance. To speak to your point, Bruce.
I think that's great. That's a way of limit. Yeah, thank you. That's great.
That certainly is a policy choice the council can make. I don't think that we can on the fly draft language for that would be implementable, during this meeting. Because we need, if you're going to be creating a new tax, which isn't common, like a transfer tax, we would really need to define what all the terms mean, especially because when we're talking about transfers, what we're talking about is people buying and selling portions of interests in LLCs. So I think it's probably doable, but we would need some time to research and draft that.
Why would it not be like the equivalent of a sales tax? I mean, it is the sale of a permit.
Because, well, first of all, sales tax doesn't apply to sales of businesses. and no one would ever be selling a permit. What they'd be doing is selling a portion of the LLC, because the permits aren't sellable. A business that has a permit is. And sales taxes are governed by hundreds of pages of rules. And we don't have that for this sort of specialized transfer tax. So we would need to draft something to explain how it works or what it means.
And just so I hear, and I'm acutely aware of the timing, I know that this has to be to the elections department by August 7th. Got it. So my question is, though, because I think we've talked about having possibly a special meeting again next week. So is a week the amount of time that it could take for us to potentially do this? Or is that pushing it?
I think we could do something in a week. The problem would be if what we drafted wound up not being what the council wanted, we wouldn't have a chance to do iterations and refine it.
Okay. Would we be able to see something and then at that time, if we couldn't do it, then make the decision to postpone it until till the ordinance is passed? I'm sorry, till the ballot measure is submitted and voted upon?
Yeah, we could do that.
Mark, is this something that needs to be approved by the voters, or is this something that could be changed in the ordinance?
This would need to be approved by the voters. So if this isn't included in the measure that goes in November, to implement it would require a separate measure to be sent to the voters at some future election.
And what if I'm sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I was just saying, then you were saying we also need to come up with estimates of what the tax would be and different disclosures like that?
Yeah, we would need to do that. We would need to rewrite the 75 words for the ballot question to include the new tax. The problem is that anytime you have a measure that imposes the tax, it becomes subject to a whole bunch of rules for the ballot question about taxes. So effectively, your measure stops being about a change in cannabis regulations like the questions we have now, and becomes a question about a change in cannabis regulations and the adoption of a new tax.
I see.
Just in follow-up, does that require a 2/3 vote then?
Of the people? No, the 2/3 vote is triggered if you have a tax that is earmarked for a specific purpose. So as long as this tax went to the general fund, it could be approved by a majority vote of the people. However, to put a tax measure on the ballot requires a 2/3 vote of the council.
Okay. So I'd like to include that as part of the measure. And if we disagree, if council disagrees, then we disagree. So does my second still hold?
Yes, second holds. So my understanding is it's as written with the changes to the signage, and there's only a maximum of 3 signs designating the name of the business on the outside of the building. And your additional measure with regard to a transfer tax upon transfer of ownership of the business, which includes the business license.
Yes, correct.
And I think the motion would now be a motion to direct staff to return at a future meeting with a resolution and ordinance that does that, rather than to adopt a resolution that does that.
Okay, so the resolution is to include that staff return at a special meeting that I believe we're already in the works of creating next week, or in order to get this to the county elections departments by August 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I believe we don't necessarily have to have a special meeting for that because we have another council meeting on August 4th.
Oh,
is it?
okay, great.
That gives you 2 weeks, Mark, or gives us 2 weeks.
Sounds good.
Lisa, could you repeat your motion, please?
Okay, so my motion is as is written here with the change, with the additional already written amendment to signage with a maximum of 3 signs per business of business name per building, and an additional 10% business transfer tax, which would be reviewed approximately 1 year after acceptance and implementation of this ordinance. And a return, I'm sorry, that the city staff return at our next council meeting with appropriate language addressing this proposed business transfer tax. Sorry, that was a bit choppy.
So can you, I mean, it's getting better. Can you repeat it one more time, just so we're all clear?
Okay, as is written here with the additional change of signage, which was shared with us this evening, and a request that staff return to us. Wait, hold on. With an additional change of signage as was proposed already this evening, with the addition that no more than 3 signs on the building, and that staff return to us at next council meeting with correct verbiage addressing additional business transfer tax of 10% of sale of the business.
I think that motion would actually be a motion to have staff return at that meeting with an ordinance and resolution that does all the things you just mentioned in your motion.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't actually be moving a resolution right now.
Excuse me, Mark, you were a little bit frozen on my end. I don't know if it was me or you, but I couldn't hear everything you said.
Sure. I was saying, I think the motion would be a motion to direct staff to return at whatever council meeting we were talking about, I think it was August 4th, with a resolution and ordinance that puts forth, that includes the provisions that Lisa just mentioned, because you wouldn't actually be adopting a resolution at tonight's meeting as part of this motion.
Okay, thank you. So 3rd time's the charm, or 4th time we're at. So this evening's resolution is that we heard a public hearing and took testimony from the public, and that the staff return.
No, we haven't.
Well, okay, we're back.
Hey, Lisa, I was hoping we'd get this by 10:30, but we need a motion to extend.
Motion to extend till 10:45.
Second. Sorry.
Let's go to the public. Does anybody want to speak to this motion to extend to 10:45? Terrence Talon, welcome back.
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Terrence. Did anybody else, Renee, Lynn, or Brian? Don't know how else to do this.
Maybe you ask them to take down their hands until you call for public
Brian,
comments.
Lynn, and Renee, I've unmuted you all. So
we'd appreciate being able to provide public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn Silver. Renee?
Yes, that's fine.
Brian, thank you, Renee. Brian, can we hear from you, please? Go ahead, Brian.
I'm unmuted now. Yeah, same for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anita, can we have a roll call, please? Thank you, Brian and Renee and Lynn.
We have a motion to continue.
To 10:45.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin?
Yes.
Mayor Delgado?
No, thank you. That motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember O'Connell and myself dissenting. Lisa, please continue.
Okay, I'll try and get this out, bang it out. So the motion I would like to make is that staff return to us next week with a revised resolution that is what is written here. Am I good so far, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, that we return to what is written here with the additional verbiage around signage. We good?
Mm-hmm.
With actually, I was just looking through my files, so that we have one sign per street frontage, and then on the building, and then that we receive correct verbiage for a business transfer tax of 10% for the sale of the business. I think that's a bit redundant. Did I get it?
And my second holds, and I know that's a difference in the sign language as opposed to a number. It's a number of signs per facing a street.
Correct. I wanted to be specific.
Okay,
So my second is holding.
Thank you, Gail. So Lisa, your motion doesn't include any reference to adopting a resolution tonight.
Correct.
Okay. All right. We'll go to public comment. Brian, go ahead, and then Renee, and then Lynn, and then Eric. Go ahead, please, Brian.
I think they were going to allow me to share my screen.
Okay, Matt. So Brian, I'm going to move you to a panelist. So you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay, we can't have a timer on the screen, so I'm going to have to holler through the speaker.
Thank you, Anita. Brian, you're muted, but go ahead.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Mayor's member of the council, Brian McCarthy. I just want to share with you some of the things that I've learned recently about the effects of cannabis and advertising. I've disclosed to you before, but I'll disclose again, nothing that I'm about to say is intended to be prohibitionist. This is really about prevention, not prohibition. And the people of the city of Marina clearly want access to cannabis, and so I think the council has a responsibility to carry out that wish responsibly while protecting our youth from access and misinformation. So it's absolutely true that there's a lot that we don't know about cannabis use. It'd be hard to argue that there's not at least some parallels to tobacco. We've learned a lot in the last 50 years of research, science, and regulation on tobacco, and for whatever reason, that largely doesn't legally apply to cannabis currently. For example, tobacco billboards have been banned nationwide since the 90s, and yet today, just 10 miles from where most of us are sitting, you might have previously noticed ads describing housing projects in the city of Marina, and you will now be more likely to notice cannabis advertisements. And if you can see it on the screen, you'll notice a clever patriotic theme in the middle billboard. In fact, a lot of times it's not even easy to understand what's being advertised. In this example, my first reaction might be to load up the kids up into the car and head out for a day of fun. Yet this is for a cannabis event that intentionally or not, absolutely is attractive to kids. Research has shown great appeal to youth with characters like the Marlboro Camel, and assuredly the cannabis industry wasted no time imitating that great success. In this photo, I'd like you to notice the company logo. Does it depict cannabis? Does it describe cannabis? It is certainly not a cannabis leaf. What would you say? Also notice the cartoon character on the bottom of the table. And finally, these vape pens. Vape pens can contain cannabis, tobacco, nicotine, combination of both, or in some cases, none of these, and instead be filled with substances that help one quit smoking. So again, I would ask, would this be permissible under depict or describe? Our schools have a serious problem with cannabis use, as you've seen in a letter provided to you. Over 40% of NPUSD 11th graders have reported using cannabis, with a quarter of those reporting using over 7 times. So I hope that you consider that not only in the motion today, but as we go forward on this long road. I want to point out that that a lot of the uses in our city as have been approved, the disadvantaged communities are going to be affected most. We know this based on census data that disadvantaged communities by income, race, and density and other metrics are going to be exposed to not only one location, but all 3 of the locations chosen. So an extra incentive to regulate signage. A quick slide that tells you, because I've heard that brick and mortar advertising is not responsible for youth use. And in fact, this study from last year shows clearly that retail establishments are the single most characteristic of exposure to advertising, followed by digital advertising. So kind of to wrap it up, I think you've got a long road ahead. I'm glad the motion as presented includes the model language that Mr. Mandel has offered. I think it's the right way to go. I hope it'll be approved. Like we'll get a second chance to make some comments as this comes back to you in 2 weeks. And so I'll do so at that time. But I do really appreciate you listening to the public. I guess one more quick comment, because I got a couple of seconds. As far as non-conforming uses, you approved a downtown plan that clearly kind of did the same thing to a lot of our small mom and pop businesses. So I'm not sure why you would favor cannabis over the many businesses that you made non-conforming. City made non-conforming. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian, for organizing that presentation. Okay, Renee Cossin, you're next. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear me out. My name is Renee Costin. I'm the Director of Family Services for Sun Street Centers in the Peninsula region. So just to, you guys all gave really great points, and the youth education is obviously our focus. And like Brian had said, prevention, not prohibition, is definitely what we're striving for as well. Just to give you guys some examples, besides tobacco, as you guys know, the Juul advertising did a really terrible job at preventing youth use, tobacco use with Juul, not just Juul products, but then moving on to cigarettes was at an all-time high, which then led to an increase in supply and demand, basically, and they started getting lung diseases called EVALI due to a vitamin E acetate that was added as an additive. So as we can see, the lack of threat around the marijuana is present. We talk to kids constantly. 30% of high schoolers have reported use in the last 30 days of marijuana via smoking, edibles, or a bong or a vape. When it comes to those EVALI lung diseases that I was talking about, a majority of them were THC products. Unfortunately, with those, we do have really high concentration of THC, which can lead to a withdrawal from marijuana, which our local hospital has seen CHOMP called scromiting. Just prefacing with that, the kids are aware of where these dispensaries are. In Seaside, when we talk to these kids, they know exactly where they are. When we talk to our kids in Marina, they're going to know exactly where they are. As you guys know, the Marina youth are really active in the community. They're constantly walking around. They are aware of exactly what's going on in there. As I mentioned before, the threat around marijuana for them is not very apparent. When we ask them whether a Juul is better than a wax pen, we'll show them a picture. They say the wax pen's better because it comes from a plant. When we ask them why they're using marijuana, it could be anything from to look cool to I'm stressed out because there's family things going on. A lot of kids are addicted right now to marijuana. So whenever you guys do come to approve language, signage, youth education, and I really appreciate Miss Lisa for advocating for that youth education portion of it. It's really important. We're a small team of 3 over on the peninsula. We serve all of MPUSD, and I also want to thank Mr. Segrist, I don't know if he's on anymore, for shouting us out. But like I said, we're a small team of 3 covering, thousands of students. We're lucky enough to get to about 4,000 of them, but we know that there are more students that we're not reaching. And if we did have the funding to increase our demand or to support other programs that are doing substance use education, that would be a huge deal. And working with the dispensaries is also a great option. We were able to hold a community meeting and to invite a local dispensary in Seaside. So just in closing, I have a few seconds left. I really want to encourage Marina and City Council to take into account some of those data points that I talked about, and just know that we really are wanting to work as a community to protect our youth and to let them live and prosper in a positive community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Renee. Thank you for sending your letters and emails ahead of time. Okay, we'll go to Lynn Silver.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you. I'm pleased to join you tonight at the request of a community member. My name's Dr. Lynn Silver. I'm a pediatrician, clinical professor at UCSF, and I direct the Getting It Right from the Start project at the Public Health Institute, which works with jurisdictions around the state, trying to bring better cannabis policy that can protect youth and public health and social equity. We were pleased to see some of the protective measures in your proposed ordinance. However, we would encourage you to be even more protective of and proactive in protecting youth, and having a legal industry, but one that is not promoting increased consumption across the community. In addition to those data that Brian shared, in MPUSD, 6.4% of 11th graders are not just using cannabis, but they're using it daily or near daily, which is nearly double the rate in Monterey County as a whole and the statewide rate of heavy use. And those are the kids who are going to get into trouble. And we feel sure that as leaders for Marina, you want to take action to protect against these issues. Before I get into our specific recommendations, and in general, we think that government and communities have a collective responsibility to act through policy and not just through education, also through education, to make sure that this industry does not get overheated, does not boil over in ways that are continuing to push these products on youth, which is what is happening nationally. Consumption by young adults, for example, is now at a 35-year high. Answering a couple of things that Mayor Delgado asked about, we have a model ordinance that we have produced for California local government, one for retailing and marketing, and one for taxation that was produced with Michael Colantuno, who's a municipal finance expert. One recommendation that we make is that these permits not be transferable, and that be something that's known to the owner from the beginning, so that if there's a need to reduce the number of dispensaries in the future, not to eliminate them, but to adjust, that is possible. It's very hard to do that later. Regarding youth education, the state fund, which should have been several $100 million, has been primarily redirected to childcare, a good goal, but not youth substance abuse education. There's about $30 million currently going out this year. I'm on the advisory group, but it's not what we expected. So taxing adequately and using a system, for example, such as an advisory group, and our model ordinance shows how you can design a general tax and yet to some extent direct funds without it being legally earmarked, is one way to support youth prevention programs through taxation. We recommend not allowing recreational delivery, and I included data on what people found in San Mateo about that and how it was not effectively protecting youth. We recommend the higher value for buffer zones, at least for the high school and middle school, if no place else. So at least 600 for all of those, but perhaps 1,000 feet so you don't have a pot store 2 blocks from a high school. We have a discussion in the written comments we submitted. The cap of 6 dispensaries in Marina is quite high compared to what is recommended and to the state average for other communities. So we suggest that you not have more than 3 physical locations in the community. We support the let's see, on the taxes, we would strongly, the best way for you to get the funds you need for what Mr. Segrist was suggesting, for example, which was right spot on, would really be to have a higher tax threshold and to use a community advisory process to direct those funds towards youth protection and prevention.
Can Eric Lightman speak?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
thank you very much, Lynn. Let's go to Eric Lightman.
Bruce, we need a motion to extend, we extend till 11.
Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, let's go to the public to extend this. Does anyone like to speak to this? Patrick, go ahead.
I think it's time to end.
Thank you, Patrick. Eric Lightman?
No.
I'm in favor of that, yes.
I'm sorry, Eric, can you repeat yourself?
I'm in favor of extending to 11. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lynn, did you have an opinion on that?
No, I'd love to hear what the council has to say and to offer input and resources to your consideration, but what time you end is your decision.
Thank you. Come back to a roll call, please. Anita? Anita, are you with us for a roll call?
I can do it, Mr. Mayor. I believe her audio is not connected. Councilmember Morton,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell,
No.
Councilmember Urrutia,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, let us continue then. Eric, I think you have the floor.
Yeah, and I see my timer's at 2:35. I'd like that reset for 4 minutes, please. Thank you. So my name is Eric Lightman.
Mr. Mayor, give me 1 second, please, and let me try and stop her screen and start mine.
She restarted the clock. We'll do it again.
Mine's on 3.
She had restarted it to 4 o'clock. Sorry, 4 minutes. But
she did? Okay.
She did, but we can restart it again.
And I can just time myself to a timer on my
iPhone. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, my name is Eric Lightman. I'm a representative for Steezy. I was taken a bit by surprise by this change to the ordinance. You know, we were one of the early groups that applied. We went through the entire process. As you recall, the voters of Marina did pass the ordinance, and parks were not included in that buffer zone. Relying kind of on that whole process and on the ordinance, we went ahead, found a suitable location, spent lots of money on this, and really marshaled our resources, played by all the rules, partnered with the UFCW. You know, we did everything right, and we fought hard, worked our tails off, and managed to get one of the CUPs that were awarded here just last month. And then here we are on the eve of getting this thing started and building out. Our architect is working on plans. Our builders are standing by. We're ready to operate a fully compliant business. And now the goalposts are moving on us, and we're going to be made the only non-conforming business out of all of the 3 applicants. So it seems like that park provision is kind of targeted at us, whether by intent or not. But what the effect has on us is that we are then a non-conforming business. I don't know if you're aware, but it's nearly impossible to get financing to take out a mortgage on a property that's a non-conforming business. It immediately devalues our entire business and our entire license. Our business plan goes out the window. If we want to expand, we can't do that. And just pulling up the Marina ordinance to look at non-conforming, some of the implications of this are that if our business is damaged, let's say by some, you know, there's a fire, we're struck by lightning or something happens to the business, we can't rebuild. We're out of luck. We just have to fold up shop and call it a day. If abandonment, you know, in this time of COVID, it says if we're not in continuous business for a period of 6 months, then we're deemed to have abandoned the property. So if, let's say, there's another outbreak and we're forced to shut down for 6 months, we abandon our use. We have to fold up shop and go home. So after all of this time, all this investment in resources and personnel, we're doing everything right. Now we're learning that we're going to be made a non-conform. We're essentially starting at a disadvantage to the other applicants. So what I request is a simple change to the ordinance, which would say that provision for the buffer zone for either for parks or the entire buffer zone doesn't matter because it only affects us. Just simply that it's not retroactive and therefore it
Eric, we lost you there for a moment after you said retroactive. I'm trying to unmute you, Eric.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Sorry about that. So I just think this is very unfair that we played by the rules. We relied on the process, and now the goalposts are being moved. We're otherwise we're totally in favor of this ordinance. You know, we are strict compliance with the rules and advertising, I think as you may or may not be aware, the BCC does not allow cartoons to be on cartoon or any sort of animals to be placed on advertising, on labels, on any sort of marketing material. So that's already the law. So, you know, I think, again, we support that. What we don't support is moving the goalposts on an applicant who's already invested substantial sums into the process. We worked with our tenant, we relocated our tenant, spent lots of money on that. And I mean, this is just, it strikes me and our very unfair and could potentially affect our business in a very adverse way going forward. So simply adding a non-retroactivity clause to that specific section would basically put us on equal footing as all the other applicants. And that's really what we're asking for.
Thank you very much, Eric. But I did not mention anything about cartoons or animals. I think that might have been somebody else. Anybody else in the public?
It was Mr. McCarthy's.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Anybody else with comments from the public at this time before we close the public hearing? We'll go to Greg Fury. Good evening, Greg.
Good evening. The only thing I wanted to say was, unfortunately, this is probably somewhat of a parable lesson about certain people on council wanting to rush through an ordinance before it was vetted properly, as other people on council wanted it to do. It's kind of catch-22. It's unfortunate, but hopefully the process will serve as a template in the future for doing things correctly, crossing the T's and dotting the I's, and not having to paint yourselves into corners like this. It's unfortunate, especially for an applicant such as the man that just spoke. Good luck with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, Terrence. Go ahead. Terrence, do you have any comment? Your hand was up.
Yes, Bruce. Good evening, Mayor Delgado, City Council members and staff. My name is Terry Talon, and we own the roughly 7 acres on the eastern border of the Marina Landing Shopping Center. By way of background, we've been stakeholders in the city of Marina since 2005. We purchased the vacant Kmart that year, and then we redeveloped it and leased it to Walmart in 2006. We came back a year later and reinvested in the land and that we have now, and the recession hit. And this key parcel of land has lingered ever since, now 13 years later. We think that for the purposes of this as an approved use, that the Marina Landing Shopping Center is an ideal location, and there's probably no better site in Marina, as it is a commercial property, that will generate more sales tax revenue than the Marina Landing's Walmart Center. Walmart has stated to us that they do in excess of 8,000 transactions per day. And the Dunes has really captured all of the retail and restaurant demand in the market. So we'd really like to find a manner with which, to utilize this property. And as you're aware, we've looked at other potential uses for the site that will take quite a bit of time. We simply ask that you maintain the state law and do not have a buffer zone for the parks within the 600 feet of the Marina Landing Shopping Center. We absolutely support the 600 feet or up to 1,000 feet for schools. We see those as 2 different areas, and this would confirm the state law. I'm not in this business, nor would I be in this business, but we believe that the right operator could come in and with this amount of land, create a contemporary mixed-use project and something that could, benefit the CBD users as well as the other users of this product type. And with the limited number of licenses that are allowed, it would be the best way to drive revenue for the city. So in closing, we simply ask that you support the state law and allow us the opportunity to try to create some value in this property, and greatly appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Thank you for your support of keeping your property clean with Walmart's issues. Appreciate
And thank
that.
you for your leadership and your support with being out there. That was wonderful.
All
Greatly
right,
appreciate it.
Ditto. Okay, we'll move on to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Hello, all. We were pretty late into the night, and I just really wish that I don't know how we could have done this differently to give everybody an opportunity to talk. I've been listening to the discussion. I listened to Brian McCarthy, and I'm in agreement in a lot of the things he said. But in listening to the gentleman from Steezy, he's already through the process, and I just feel for where he is as a businessman and what he has invested in our city, what his business has invested. I just would hope that this wouldn't have come to such a deadliney place. And if you extend the decision for a special meeting, I really, really hope that more people would have their opinions heard. It would be interesting to know how many people were on the call waiting to hear. It's almost 11 o'clock at night, and all too often our meetings on important decisions go way too late into the night. That you had a question earlier about diversity and why people are not paying attention to council. Well, unfortunately, this is why we have lives and things go late. So if you can delay so more people can weigh in, I think that might be the best option right now. Rushing something through is not going to be conducive for anyone. Anyway, thank you for all you do, and good night.
Thank you very much, Christina. Would anyone else in the public like to comment at this time? Okay, we'll go ahead. Not seeing anyone coming forward. Close the public hearing. Mark, how would we? Well, we're going to have to extend beyond 11 because we're at 11 now.
11:05.
Second.
Okay, does any member of the public wish to speak on this motion to extend to 11:05? Not seeing any hands up. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell,
No.
Pro Tem Morton,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember O'Connell dissenting. Mark and Matt, how might we, can we just put the words in not retroactive to compromise on the park language?
Didn't we
Well,
already? Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mark, if you have a better answer really quickly, but
Um,
I think it really comes back to the way our municipal code is currently set up. And once you put in that buffer, that 600-foot buffer from parks, which is a change from the existing ordinance, that's what creates a nonconformity, which triggers the other section of the ordinance. So if you wanted to, I guess you could consider a change to the other section of the ordinance, but that would be a separate action altogether from tonight.
I thought the current permits were grandfathered in.
It is. What he's concerned about is the long-term financial impacts that could be involved with having a legal non-conforming site.
I think he
and
was
not
also
being able to add more businesses.
I'm sorry, Matt, please continue.
That's all.
And I think he verbalized he was all concerned about the short term because knowing it's a non-conforming business lowers the value of the business immediately as compared to conforming. At least that's what I heard him say, Eric Lightman.
That's correct.
And also its ability to get financing.
Right. And by the way, that has nothing to do with the first ordinance. The first ordinance was in compliance with state law in that regard. This additional buffer related to parks is a completely new concept to the old ordinance. It's not a result of the old ordinance. So the delivery, one of the speakers said that we should limit delivery or prohibit delivery. If we try to prohibit delivery from these businesses, what is it that stops Amazon or other online deliveries that are already going on all around Marina? Would we have any impact on those, even though we were starting to reduce, sort of our tax generating business, or would it just, is there nothing we can do about the rest of the deliveries that are ongoing already?
At this point, the state has adopted a regulation that says that we can't regulate deliveries from businesses outside of the city into the city. We can only regulate delivery businesses that are physically located in the city. So if we banned deliveries at this point, what we would be doing is banning the retail establishments in the city from making deliveries to within the city or outside the city, but we would not be effectively banning cannabis businesses in neighboring cities from delivering into the city.
Okay. Could we add an advisory group into the future? That's not something that we require the voters to weigh in on in November. Is that correct?
That's correct. The council can always add any sort of advisory group it would like.
Okay. And then someone talked about not being transferable. Did you hear that, Matt or Mark?
I heard. Yeah.
I think that somebody did mention propose that the permit shouldn't be transferable. I think I already discussed the issues that come up with non-transferability.
You did, I had forgotten that until now. So because of the lateness of the night, Mark, you don't have to take the time to repeat
Thank
that.
you.
I'm sorry I asked because you already addressed that. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Morton?
Yes, I would ask if it needs to be in the motion. It would be beneficial if this is coming back on August 4th, that that what you have in front of us, Mark, tonight, with the additional changes with regard to the signage, I think were the only things in the current motion that would be changed, the number of signs and the description of the signs, and then have that in front of us in addition to the revision that is supported by this motion with the documentary transfer tax, or the business transfer tax. So then on August 4th, that council could pass one or the other. Or the distinction, because you have to change the call of the question for the ballot, correct?
We would have to change the question if the documentary transfer tax, or whatever we're calling it, were to be added. The other changes would not, that have been discussed, would not require a change to the ballot question.
Right. So my question is, can both come in front of us at our next meeting?
So you're saying one that adds, could we prepare a set of documents that is essentially what was before you today, except with the added language about signs, both what was in my PowerPoint and also what Lisa had suggested, and then separately another set of documents which includes all that and also includes transfer tax?
Yes, that's my question.
If directed to, we could definitely provide that.
So I would ask the maker of the motion if she would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Mayor, can I also clarify, our next meeting is August 5th and not August 4th. It's on a Wednesday.
Thank you, Lane.
Okay. Oh, even if National Night Out is canceled, it's still on a Wednesday. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to say I'll be voting no on this motion because I think that it goes way beyond the original intent to fix the errors of the last one, and it's included instead a lot of anti-cannabis restrictions that do not apply to alcohol businesses, and this is just not what I believe was the intent of the voters. This has not been voter generated, most of this discussion. I know that we have a difference of opinion on that, but I just wanted to explain why I'll be voting no.
Can we take a vote?
Yes, a roll call, please vote. Well, it is 11:05, so I think we have to extend. Is that correct? Let's do that.
Motion to extend for 2 minutes.
Second.
Okay. Anybody in this public wish to comment on that motion? Lynn Silver, you had a hand up, but I think for a different reason. But go ahead, Lynn. Okay.
I had raised it just to clarify the
but now
comment
it's
on delivery, but it's
right.
That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you, Lynn. Okay, come back for a vote on the motion to extend.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Councilmember Urrutia.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Pro Tem Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay. I think if we're ready for a roll call vote, we'll do that on the motion.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Councilmember, hold on, Urrutia.
No.
Councilmember O'Connell.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No. Thank you, everyone. That motion fails with Councilmember Berkeley and Councilmember Morton voting in affirmative. We have a couple other things on the ballot, on the agenda tonight, which of course we can't cover. So we'll see you on our next city council meeting. This meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.